Take my coat on, it's cold.
Like,
Y'all had no thermals on? Well, honey, I'll
I
go
don't
back.
know. I don't have many kids in my neighborhood. Like, I had one April. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Go to a park.
Leggings.
That's what. Over the Carpenters Park, we'll just, or down there. No, it sure wasn't there. That's right. Police. Stand a little bit. I know it.
Work.
That'll be a good. I can. Wonderful. It's our, it was
Yeah,
our
he
house.
is. All right. Takes after his mama.
That's enough part. But I'll tell you why I had that, because
I thought someone was stealing my truck.
Tuesday, we had some,
I thought it was my.
so, no.
Well, here's the thing. I wasn't. I was my wife's car, and I was helping out the Bell. Yeah, I was helping out the Bell family, and they had a water problem, and all of a sudden I see my truck roll by. I said, "Who hopped in my truck?" I thought someone stole my truck. No, but it was you.
I would have fun. Malik? Well, that's. Well, it is. Well, we can look at what that would. Because idea, you know, something like that, a big, like large enough for a classroom facility. Class training, because that's.
Please sign in. Is Randy here today? Is Randy
Yeah,
here
he's
today?
in the hall.
Okay. You have him come on in? Just have him come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome everybody to City Hall on this wonderful 18th day of January in the year 2018. I am Mayor Meese, and this is the Committee of the Whole meeting. According to my watch, I have 12 after 3, and so we're going to go ahead and start this meeting of the Committee of the Whole. And open up the meeting, and you should have an agenda with you at this time. And what I want to do right now is kind of a little bit mixing up the order of the agenda, but are there any items that either the council or the staff would like to add to the agenda for today's meeting? Is there anything we need to add to the agenda? Always give an opportunity for that. Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion.
Motion from Councilman Snow. Do we have a second?
Second.
Councilman Johnson has a second. Discussion. Seeing there is none, please vote. All right. And the motion passes. Okay. Not aware of any invited speakers today, but we do have some people that have come to speak and requested to speak to the city. First of all, We have two people that want to speak today, specifically on the downtown alcohol issue found on page 13. Look on 13 in your packet. The expanded areas of alcohol sales for consumption, RC1 and DCM zoning districts. And of course, we have two people that would like to speak on that matter. So at this time, I'd like to begin the meeting by addressing that first. It's officially item 685 in your packet. That is page 13. And that's why I needed Randy to come on in. Thanks, Randy, for coming in. And staff has developed a description of the proposed area for the application of the zoning overlay. And so, Randy, what do we know and what has staff proposed and come up with since the last meeting?
Since the last meeting, council had indicated a desire to narrow the focus of the application of an overlay for those purposes significantly from the initial draft that you received at your last committee meeting. It now identifies an alcoholic beverage overlay district to consist of those properties from essentially Stewart Street, Highway 90, along 90, of course, omitting those properties that are owned by First Baptist Church, to Elmira and Willing, and then heading north and south along Elmira and Willing to Berry Hill and to the railroad tracks. We then included the area that had been described as desirable from Councilman Snow's perspective, that is south of the rail line along Municipal Drive to the north of the city's treatment plant. So that's what you'll see on the map as it's found here. Of course, the church properties have been omitted. The other thing that one needs to note is our method of measurement for properties that can be included includes the 500 feet from front door to front door. Now, a church has got the opportunity to elect to not have that ordinance apply to those properties in close proximity, but that hasn't occurred to date. So those properties would not be eligible, although the overlay would apply to them. Those churches would first have to determine that they wouldn't want the current statute to apply. Questions you would have. You can see it's significantly different than it once was.
So, Mr. Jorgensen, if I understand what you said correctly, the churches, you just said First Baptist had opted out of this.
Well,
Can you explain that more?
what I've indicated is that First Baptist, like the Catholic Church, would have the ability, if they chose, to not have surrounding properties included within the 500 feet. Right now, that's the law. And unless they elect otherwise, it continues to be.
Randy, if I remember correctly, did we ask about number of buildings that would be affected? Bill?
That varies depending upon those decisions, but you can see the properties. It's
Right.
it again is limited to those properties along Highway 90, those along Elmira and Willing. What was essentially the tourist development district, what has been described as the entertainment district. The only difference is this includes those properties that are on the west side of Elmira. In the past, it's been limited to all those properties on the east side of Elmira to the river and the 90 corridor.
I know that we'd come together and we discussed this in great detail with the council, and I think that either way you look at it, there was going to have to be some sort of compromise, one way or the other, and this definitely omits much of the residential areas that were previously contained within this overlay that you have presented. I like it the way it looks right now. Of course, we can definitely change it from this point forward if we wanted to, but I think it's much different than it was last time. The one thing that I don't understand is why have you included basically the corner of U Street and where Berry Hill and Canal come together, and that area right there? That's more of a residential area too. Why do we keep that in the picture? What was that decided upon?
Well, that isn't a residential use currently. And the church properties are the properties that are admitted. The lot that is, that's empty, that doesn't have the strike-throughs, that's a parking lot that's owned by the church. It's still church property. So it's admitted. The other properties are a law firm. So they're
kind of an empty lot there.
And kind of an empty lot.
But you're kind of across the street from the Steamboat and a few other houses, the Dr. Tim's and others.
You are.
But yeah, but other than that, that's one thing that stuck out to me when I saw it.
I have a question. Did you make another map that showed if the churches, at present time, the 500 foot from the church? Is there another map that we can see for?
No, but I can get one for you in a short period of time.
That will delete the areas that will not be covered unless the church opts out.
If a church were to opt out, we can well, in fact, yeah, I can bring you back a map that were to show those properties. But it would be essentially these properties as identified here, because they'd be found in the overlay, although they wouldn't be eligible because they're within the 500 feet. I mean, that's the bottom line.
Is that why in front of First Baptist is included on that?
That's correct. And whether that distance is 500 feet or more requires someone to literally determine where the main entrance is, to take a wheel and to walk it that distance in the normal course of pedestrian travel. And it's surprising how little, at least as the eye relates, what a short distance one can move to get to that 500 feet threshold.
Well, I think this looks good, Randy. It was definitely right what I was thinking about.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
does the audience have,
I don't know if we include that in the packet, but they can see it on the screen up there.
okay, our pastor is here from First Baptist Church, Brother Russell. He would like to have one. He doesn't have
Okay.
a new map.
We can get him a copy.
We definitely can get him a copy.
Sure, in fact, I'll have some made right now.
So council, what do you think? Is this where we want to? Is this what we want? Is this what we want to go with? Like this? I don't.
Looks good to me.
I met with the city manager and the planner over the future development of the waterfront and the compromises for the churches and the people who had come forward and spoken up. And I think this is quite reasonable. The point is development and reduce taxes to pay for all the fun stuff that we want, like the Riverwalk. So I think it's a good compromise.
Okay.
I too think it's a great compromise. It certainly included the community voice and in the decision. So we were able, in terms of working with staff, to include all of those points that was made, that was presented to us from the community.
Okay.
May I speak, Mayor?
Ma'am.
The best of my memory, that the last meeting we had where the resident of the downtown area spoke, if I'm not mistaken, I thought the compromise that was proposed at that time, prior to the other map that we had prior to this map, was just Caroline and Willing. So did staff or whomever decide to add the other end? I meant that's what was stated in the meeting.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a good point. Yeah, I think this is what staff. I was asking about the U Street section, but this is what staff had provided us with.
Mayor, you had mentioned to Elmira, and that fully includes Elmira. Whenever you was talking about it the other day.
Well, I'd really like to go back and watch that video again, because it's in my opinion that it was just Caroline and Willing.
Sure. And if the council doesn't want this, Ms. Holly, we can definitely not go this route and go with something totally different. This is just what was presented by staff today, and whether they made an error or not, this is definitely, if this is not what we want, we certainly don't have to go with it. I know that we do have 2 people who signed a speaker request form that would like to speak on this topic, and I do want to give the council full opportunity to speak at this time, but I also going to let them speak as well. But anybody else have anything they want to say in addition?
Like I said, it's for future development. They have a bigger plan that perhaps they haven't shared with folks, but the expansion of the River Walk all the way down towards Baghdad, and the commercial district, which would open that up for a lot of things, are potential, potential jobs and potential taxes. It's an opportunity, and it's certainly not going to happen tomorrow. I mean, it took years for us to go from damp to wet, and this won't happen overnight either.
All right. Do we have Miss Frances McDonald here today? Miss McDonald, will you please approach the podium? She's specifically requested to speak today on this matter, and so Miss McDonald, for the record, would you please state your name and address, and then welcome to the city of Milton.
Thank you. My name is Frances McDonald, and I reside at 5194 Elmira Street.
Miss France, you pull your mic down over there.
I'm a shorty, huh? Okay. Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to ask a question. Who represents the area where the Bo Powell Attorney Building is located?
That'd be your Ward 1, so we have Peggy Smith.
Your 2 ends.
2 ends.
Who? Okay. What happened last weekend to that building?
What happened to Bo Powell's building?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not aware of anything.
A drunk driver came through
Right.
town about 65 miles an
And?
hour and somehow made it into his building.
Thank you, Jeff. Yes. I watched last Saturday while it was cold, and we were all inside our homes or doing whatever we wanted to do. I watched owners, volunteers, and contractors spend their entire Saturday clean up the destruction from that drunk driver. I'm sure they had better plans that day. You all know that this was not an isolated case. Other accidents have happened down there, correct?
Yes.
This could have been worse than a building. It could have been a fatality to innocent people. Just like some of you have stated in reference to widening and relocation of traffic on Highway 90, we don't want that type of stuff in our neighborhood down there either. What is the benefit of this overlay? I need to ask you, what is the benefit? I hear you, Peggy, say that it will bring in revenue and jobs, etc. There is a better way to bring in revenue, jobs, etc., than to have bars. So what is the benefit of having this in our historic district? I need to know.
Okay. The overlay and the district allows a lot more than just bars. Mm-hmm. Most of the Hiltons and the major hotels will not come unless they can have a restaurant with a full liquor license. That's part of their package. So it allows that kind of development. At no point are we marketing towards freestanding bars, okay, that don't serve food. I mean, most of the ones that are successful are not a gin joint. They have a good burger, they have a good steak. There's some place like McGuire's, someplace that becomes a destination for parties and anniversaries. That's what we're marketing to. But in order to get there, we have to allow alcohol, because most of the big players will not come if they don't get part of their income from the sale of beer, booze, shots, daiquiris, whatever. The market on the margin on food service is not adequate enough for them to pay their overhead and their staff and everything like that. They will be in charge of their own security. It's their property. They'll buy it. They'll pay taxes on it. They'll pay their staff. Their staff will pay taxes. It's just growth. I mean, we have a beautiful waterfront, and it's sitting there undeveloped with the water treatment plant. The water treatment plant is moving, and something is going to go in there. I'm not saying it couldn't be an amusement park, but this is an opportunity that we've been asked for, and we're working with people who want to do that.
Who has asked for that?
Developers.
What name?
I can't give you a name. We're under, you know, it's like shopping for a house. There are multiple bidders looking for properties. They don't want to disclose who they are until they're ready. None of that's going to happen if this doesn't happen.
So
They'll go to another community.
the entire council is aware of these bidders?
I have no idea. We're not allowed to speak to each other except in these meetings at Sunshine.
So this is something that you hold in your pocket?
I have been approached by investors who know that I have always fought for us to go wet. You know, we're Navy. We never had a problem with it. We can go to the package store. But I came from Virginia Beach, and you won't have the development, which you may not want. And I understand that. You know, watch what you wish for, you just might get it.
Exactly.
Okay? Right. So, in order to, okay, go ahead.
We have families with children living in that district. We have widows and widowers living here. We have bicyclists, families enjoying the serenity and history.
Use your
Can you
mic.
speak into the microphone?
Use your mic.
As it stands now. We are the county seat of Santa Rosa and should stand as the pillar of this county. We should be viewed as, and I'll give you the quote that you have on your website, where good living flows. If bars are located in the historic district, good living will no longer flow. As one who lives in the heart of downtown, I witness on a continual basis, and I invite any of you to come sit on my porch and witness the same thing. Beer cans, beverage cups thrown about in our yard, in the driveway, in the empty parking lots. People sleeping behind dumpsters. People passed out on vacant lots. Drug deals taking place in the parking lot. I see it all the time. I have a bird's eye view to that parking lot. Hookups of all genders taking place in that parking lot. Drunk and high people wandering upon our family home porch and through our yard. Domestic arguments taking place. Speeding and running red lights. Passing out under our camellia bushes. This is all fact. This is what's currently going on. What do you think will happen if this overlay takes place? If this passes, I recommend to the police chief, you might as well go ahead and apply for an increase in force because you're going to need it. What responsibility does this council have to the existing businesses, residents, visitors, and places of worship? I urge you all to focus on projects to bring the right clientele into the district. Everyone down there and everyone in the city of Milton is for growth, but it needs to be proper growth. Spend your tenure on beautifying rather than degrading. Gain the confidence of the community. Preserve the district rather than destroy it. When you're gone, the destruction you are about to cause will still be there. You are in charge of your legacy as a council member. Some of your predecessors have proven that you can put a permanent positive legacy in your resume. What do you want etched in your place in history? If this passes, any of us, and I mean any of us, could open up a quiet, quaint, beautiful wine and cheese restaurant in our home or on our property. So be careful what you sow. I urge you to look at the big picture. If it is not broken, don't fix it. And when it comes to bars, it definitely is not broken. Don't do it. Vote no. It's the right vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I, Mrs. McDonald, you would clear something for better understanding as you begin to speak to us, and certainly thank you for those tidbits that you
They're not tidbits, they're
talk.
facts.
Big microphone.
Tidbit fact that you outlined here in terms of the character of some people that was found lying around and around down in your area. My question here, as you were speaking, you mentioned there is a better way. And then as it rolled on, you said that, do I assume the better way from your understanding would be projects that will bring better growth? You,
Beautify the historic district. I see people.
Speak in the microphone, please.
I see people all the time bringing their children down, bringing their family from out of town, going down and looking at the beautiful buildings, walking down by the river, taking pictures by the fountain. Do you think they're going to do that when drunks are out on the street? When it's got debris all over the place? I watched a trash bag full of trash sit in that parking lot for a week and a half, seeing if any city person or anyone would pick it up. And I finally put my gloves on and went over and picked it up. I'm constantly going around that area, the Imogene, the Boomerang, the vacant lot that my sister owns in the back, all along there, even along the church, picking up beer cans, empty beverage cups. It's disgusting. Maybe I need to go on the payroll.
well, certainly that scene is very disgusting.
It is. Do you want
And,
it in your neighborhood?
I know, but I was about to say, as I go through all of the neighborhoods, off
Come sit
Ward
on my
1,
porch.
2, 3, and 4, I do see scenes with a lot of litter. And apparently there need to be some education of all of those people within each one of those wards. So downtown is not unique in terms of the only ward. There are others.
But if you bring
wards.
bars into downtown, what are you bringing? And especially along Elmira Street, there are widowers living there. There are churches and widowers. And they're even afraid to go outside by themselves. They have some family member or friend take them for a walk. It's being destroyed, as it is now. And the city police don't have the force to monitor what's going on. And when the weather gets warmer, I will constantly see people sleeping all over the place. I'm tired of people walking up on my porch. I am tired of the trash around our house. I am tired of people wandering through my yard. I'm tired of it. Is that all?
I certainly can imagine that. And like I said, as I move around the neighborhoods, even those places that have now, in the overlay, that has been removed, it's a lot of trash back there in terms of some of those. So that's why I mean that we might need a great education, because I don't like the slummy look anywhere. And we do have a large population of homeless people, but I don't think a lot of people really understand the definition of homeless.
We're not talking about homeless.
Okay.
We're talking about bars.
I understand that, but you said people were lying around and
Well, what do drunk people do?
I don't know.
They
I haven't
pass
had
out.
the experience
They throw
of that.
up.
I go
I don't
home.
know.
Pardon?
I go home. You're talking about people sleeping in your yard, and you call the police and they don't respond?
I haven't called the police.
Okay,
I
so
handle it
how many?
myself.
Okay, how many days is there someone sleeping in your yard? Seriously.
I can't say that. I don't know.
Okay, but more than once a week? I mean, a lot more in the summer than in the
One
winter, or
time
more
is
in the
too
winter?
many. Do you want them sleeping in your yard?
They have, actually. Thank you.
Well, I'll send them over there.
That's fine.
Keep it out of the historic district.
Yes, ma'am.
I am not for that overlay at all. You're going to destroy the historic district if you have it. It's not about homeless. It's not about sleeping in yards. It's about bringing bars, the wrong business, to a beautiful historic district.
Have you ever been to Seville?
Oh my goodness. Is that what you think is going to? What did Mr. Studer tell you?
We have that
Don't bring the
potential.
bars. No, you don't.
We'll
No, you
have to
don't.
agree to disagree.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
And just one more statement.
And why would you want the historic district to become a Seville quarter and push out families with children that would no longer go down to the river, would no longer walk around and see the historic sites down there? Why would you want that? But that will never happen. Never, Peggy.
Can I ask a question,
So a dream.
Ms. McDonald? You
Yes.
say you're for growth and everything, and you're
Yes.
not for the bars and taverns. Do you have any ideas of what you think would help City of Milton grow?
I am not opposed to family restaurants. I'm not opposed to amusement parks. I'm not opposed to anything that's family-oriented or cultural. I'm not opposed to any of that.
Okay, I just
But
wanted
I
to.
am opposed to bringing in drunks into my neighborhood and into a beautiful historic district in the county seat.
Okay,
I'm opposed to it.
Thank you.
Ms.
thank you.
McDonald, I will, I know you asked Peggy earlier, I've also had experience with a lot of investors coming into Milton, and I appreciate your concern, and I understand it. But it is usually the number one reason that I'm getting from outside sources. Whether they serve it or not, I guess they base their opinions on whether they're maybe foot traffic, whether they're going to serve alcohol or not. They base it on the amount of foot traffic that will be driven to the downtown area. So I
Well,
will
if
just
you're
let you know that
Mhm.
there are. I'm aware of investors also
Okay.
that is a concern to them.
Okay. And if you're speaking, if both of you or any of you or all of you are saying there are large developers interested in the historic district, then redo that map and put it down by the river or put it somewhere else where they will be out of the residential area and the places of worship.
Well, they
This
can't be
is
where the
horrible.
place of worship is, if the place
I
of
said
worship.
put it somewhere else.
Right, well, we do have the 500-foot buffer, so if the church doesn't want it there, then it's not going to be there.
I don't think anyone down there wants it.
Well,
And
I-
we should
I'm-
have that option.
well, I actually know people down there that do, and I know people that don't, so
Hopefully
I don't have
Garrett speaking in support of it too.
well, I guess we'll find out if any of them want to.
Okay, anything
Well,
else?
thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Miss Golden. We appreciate it.
I'm not
Miss
Miss
Mc- Miss
Golden.
Ms.
McDonald.
McDonald.
We thank you so much.
Thank you.
May I ask a question,
Yes.
Mayor? Mr. Watkins, do we not have a consulting firm on our payroll that is looking for businesses to come into the city of Milton?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Retail strategy.
Retail strategy.
Retail strategy. Well, that's what we need, is we need retail. I mean, you know, you almost have to go to Pensacola to buy a pair of shoes here. I mean, we need to be focusing on that type of thing instead of the bars. I mean, we already have zoning, C2, C3, which allows for bars and taverns, and that's all along Stewart Street, all along Highway 90. There's plenty of room to do that without doing it in the downtown area and destroying what the council and our forefathers have done to that area down there, other than just put a bar in. Most people don't like to even go to bars anymore, because if you get a DUI, it's not very good anymore. And so,
Ms. Holly,
you know,
can I ask a question?
Just, but anyway, I would like to just make my statement that everything has a place, and I don't believe that that's the place for bars and taverns. The restaurants, the nice restaurants that serve a drink, fine, but not just a straight bar.
Okay.
Jeff, did you say something?
Yeah, I just had a question. If you're forward on Stewart Street, you're not worried about those neighborhoods there? Just the downtown ones, Ms. Holly?
The money that we've had to put in to the boardwalk, and I don't know if you were even living in this county 50 years ago with what was down on
Nope,
that river.
I'm
and how-
only 51.
Well, okay, then you weren't, were you? Of what that downtown area looked like and how far and how much change has came about positively with the boardwalk and the removing of a lot of structures that were on the river and making it a beautiful place to visit as it is now. So I just don't want to see detriment come to the progress that has been made. So, you know, if there is a restaurant that wants to sell liquor, they can do that. All they have to meet is the 51% rule.
Correct.
So I don't know why we're having to, unless there's some building specifically that somebody on this council knows about that's going to benefit from just a bar coming in. And since Councilman Snow, you and Councilwoman Smith talked to all these developers, well, just exactly what building are they interested in?
I'm not at liberty to tell you their plans,
Okay.
because just like Ms. Smith said, that they don't want word out of anything until they want it out. And so I'm not at liberty to give out information that they want.
So you're telling me that developers have came to you and prior to coming to the city to inquire about the possibility of a
I'm not
bar?
sure if they've come to the city staff yet or not. They just requested to talk to me, and they didn't even say that they were for sure going through. They were just asking questions. But that's where it starts.
So with everybody on the council, they just decided to call Councilman Snow and ask for his opinion.
Ms. Holly, there are people who have some different expertise in different things. You know, I was in food and beverage and nutrition and food all my life, so it's not surprising that they came to me, and I owned a restaurant and a catering company, so it's not really surprising that people pick up the phone or come knock on the door. And, you know, it's an open fact that I'm not shy about my opinion, so don't ask if you don't want it, because I'm going to give it to you. And it's about job. I think that the problem we have, and Mr. Jorgensen will probably address this again, but freestanding bars are not going to make a lot of money. Unless you are, as I described, a daiquiri bar, which is unmanned. It's just a bunch of frozen machines on the wall, and you put your credit card in, and it gives you a banana daiquiri or whatever. There's going to be staff, and they're going to serve food, because there's not enough market for people to just sit there and get sloppy. It's not going to happen. And I don't even see it happening in the future. It's still oriented to families and boating and outside entertainment. So I think we're getting off on the wrong track, and I'll let Ms. Sharp speak. She's a downtown property owner.
Well, I think we've come a long way. I think you're right, since the early days. You just look at the past 3 or 4 years. We've had numerous restaurants, you know, that were once not there. Give it a try. Some made it, some didn't. The bistro has been a survivor, done really well. The brewery is there now. We have the Boomerang Pizza Kitchen, done really well. I think that you know, you're right. You can have the family restaurants. I'm in total agreement with you on the residential side of it. I don't think that it should touch the neighborhoods. But as far as Willing Street is concerned, and the Highway 90 corridor, you know, I think that there could be some room for it. I've never heard any Pensacola City Council member or the mayor of Pensacola complain about how awful the Bay Brewery is downtown, or perhaps World of Beer. Those places that people come, your pilots from NAS Pensacola, Whitingfield, spending their money and walking around the downtown. I think if it's done right, it can be done well, and I think that the market is only going to allow for what the market can handle, and so it's not going to be a Bourbon Street, you know, and nobody wants that. But I think that, I mean, if a craft brewery wanted to come in, there's one in Fairhope. If you've ever been to Fairhope, Fairhope has a craft brewery. It's really nice. It brings a lot of people in, and they have a very unique product. And yeah, I think that this could be done well. Sandra?
Cassandra Sharp, 3109 Waterview Drive. This is the RC1 district, so it does have both residential and commercial. That's what it's designed for. So if somebody wanted to be in a purely residential area, this is probably not the district for them. As far as the overlay, I think that's a really good compromise. I can actually see a few other commercial properties that were left off that probably should, you know, be included for future development. Not all establishments that are going to sell alcohol would be what maybe your average person might consider to be a bar or a tavern. You mentioned a craft brewery. We do have a craft brewery, which I've mentioned before, that has been looking in downtown. They are not going to put in a kitchen. They are not going to serve food. That's not what their business model is about. A bar, yes, by definition, probably serving alcohol. A nightclub, no. It's an establishment that is about the craft of brewing beer, and it's tours and samples and that type of thing. There are other groups that are looking, large groups actually, because of the river, that want to do event space, weddings, banquets. They cannot afford to put in a full-blown kitchen for a restaurant. That's also not their business. Their business is not in the restaurant business. We have people getting married all the time on that river and downtown, and that is what they want. That's another type of establishment that would be different from just what some person might call a bar or a nightclub. And they're not going to be a restaurant, and it would be a shame because we have needed something, like that in our downtown. I can share some of the sentiments from the previous speaker because I also experience and witness a lot of the same things that she complained about, whether it be trash, loitering, but I don't see it from the family style, restaurants or establishments that are serving the alcohol. I have it from the probation office. And that has been a problem for years. And it was a problem being located next to a street-side cafe. And yes, those are not law-abiding citizens that would be coming to an establishment, for a drink. Those are people that are in trouble and checking in, and yep, they are puking next to the dumpster, urinating next to the dumpster. Alan, what was that, almost 2 weeks ago that I told you I had an incident down there with a man behind that walk-in cooler area urinating and had to, chase him off? Happens all the time. The trash happens. There's been a car seat sitting in front of Highway 90, across from the old post office, right next to the lamppost. It's been there for over, 2 weeks. So where do we have, either the garbage pickup or just city staff or code enforcement or anybody? Where's our prison crew coming through there cleaning things up? It's not because of the local establishments that people are chunking beer cans, in bottles out onto the street. That's gone on for years. That's gone on before, we got full liquor in Santa Rosa County. It continues to happen. That's the passerbyers. The guy that went through Bo Powell's place, 65 to 70, miles an hour. It's the high speed. They're not all drunk. We did have a drunk driver, but guess what? They're not coming from our downtown establishments. And as long as you have a major thoroughfare like that, you are going to continue to have those problems. We don't have a crash zone downtown. So, no, we don't need expanded lanes. What we do need is for City of Milton Police to further, keep writing tickets. Let's have Milton known as Gulf Breeze. You don't speed through Gulf Breeze. I'd like for Milton to be known, when you hit downtown or a certain area, you better be doing that 25 miles an hour. When I was out there early that morning taking pictures of Bo's property, which was wide open, down there with nothing more than caution tape around it, they're still speeding through there. Saturday morning, coming around the corner. Same thing with the trucks. So there are a lot of issues that need to be cleaned up, but it's not because of this. The churches are bringing in people, that have problems, and we do have a lot of people walking around our downtown, which we're supposed to have and want, but we do have some unsavory, characters around. Those aren't the people that are going to a restaurant or a bar. It is different. And yes, we should be changing ordinances and zoning now so that when that probation office leaves and the bail bondsman offices and all those things where we're bringing all the criminals to downtown when the courthouse leaves, put that zoning in place now so none of those places can come back. That probation office does not provide bathrooms to the public. They go to all the neighboring properties and businesses to do their business.
All right, thank you. Is Greg here? I know Greg wanted to speak. Yes, sir.
Actually, a lot of what I was going to say was just covered by the previous speaker. I'm Greg Penglis. I'm the morning guy on WEBY, so I just wanted to, I've been talking about this issue on the air a few times, and most of what happened with the first speaker, Ms. McDonald, everything she talked about is already illegal. It's illegal to litter. It's illegal to drive drunk. It's illegal to camp out in somebody's yard. So those things are covered. And the folks that are objecting to this, it sounds like, you know, like I had this image of all these nasty bars and strip joints and things like that. And that's not what people are talking about. What I'm talking about is, as a new resident here, I really like the fact that we have the Brew Angels pub. I can walk to it, so I don't have to worry about driving. It's a neighborhood place. I can meet my neighbors. As a new person, it's really nice to be able to get out and meet some of the new people here and become part of the community. So that's great. You know, and the other thing too is that bars and pubs and taverns, they're not going to locate way up in those areas where the houses are because nobody goes there. They want to go where the people go. They're going to go on the main street, like Brew Angels, which is in the old post office. Have any of you ever been there? Okay, nice place, right? Okay, we sit, we talk, we meet new people, we have fun, we have a good time. That's the kind of place you need. But as someone here that loves this downtown area, you know, I really do. I mean, it's very special. And you sort of walk in here and just to have that impression, it's kind of like this island, this wonderful island, and everything else is kind of residential and strip mall, and you know, there's nothing special about it. But there is something special about downtown Milton, and I really hope you can work to make it a more special place. And as the last speaker said, you know, when the probation office goes and the bail bonds go, you know, no one comes to downtown and says, hey, let's go hang out in the bail bonds office. That's going to be a good time, right? Okay, it's not going to happen. But to be able to just to go to a place and not have other people make decisions for me. I don't want someone else saying, I as an adult can't go to a neighborhood pub or a neighborhood bar. You know, to say that option is going to be taken away from me and away from other people. I don't want people to say that, like Brew Angels, they have to have, you talked about the 51% restaurant. That's not what they do. They want to be a craft brewery. Why can't they bring something new and unique and maybe create a beer that catches on nationwide, like Sam Adams did? You never know what's going to happen until you unleash the potential. And that's what I think would be a great thing to do. But enforce the laws against drunk driving. Enforce the laws against public drunkenness. You know, and littering too. We don't carry our cups and stuff outside the bar. That all stays in there. We're not walking out with beer cans from the bar. So all these things I think will contribute to helping that downtown center. It'll help the Imogene. I was talking about an act this morning on my show. You know, to get more people. I'm trying to do what I can do to publicize downtown. Okay, and if you have places to go, if you have the stores, you have the restaurants, you have the pubs, you have different places for people to go, you have more family things, it's going to be a really nice downtown and a nice waterfront. And I say, you know, more power to it. Any questions? I'm kind of a public figure. Can I just, I've got my address there. I don't really send what I say exactly, but I got one of the forms here. I'm downtown Milton.
We usually give our address where we live, so I didn't know.
I know, I don't want to say. What do you think, guys?
It is the rule.
It is.
5214 Elmira.
Well, you've got millions of people watching you on that camera right now.
That's the problem.
Actually, I think the meter says 3 are watching right now, so you're probably safe.
You have lots more people listening to you in the morning. Don't worry about it.
Okay, good. I'm sorry, I probably walked away too soon. Any more questions?
No. Welcome to Milton.
Welcome to Milton.
Mayor, I had one other thing to say.
Yes.
We've been talking about where the location for the housing is and not wanting to have it in that area. But there's people who live downtown Milton on Willing Street too.
Yep.
So if you insist on having it where there can't be nobody, then we need to rule out Willing Street too. Which this is a good compromise. I think this should be the way we go.
Yeah.
Mayor, I would like to say that I object to having a place in between two residential houses downtown. I don't think that's a good idea because those people have had their homes there for years. I don't think that just to stick a bar or something in between two residential areas, and that's the way it started out. We had it on our agenda, showed there's like 2 houses and a bar, and then maybe 2 more residential houses. I just don't think that it needs to be jammed up where people are living.
All right. Well, yes, ma'am.
Anyone can speak at this meeting, right? It doesn't have to just sign up. Anyone can speak. It is
Sure,
a public meeting.
Just state your name and address.
Yes, Teresa Messick, 6830 Pine Street. The wet law passed here, correct?
Correct.
We have 7 days a week liquor laws, that's in place. So it's not about some bars or not having bars, but the thing of it is that having straight bars and taverns is not what we need in the historical district. Now, I'm all about restaurants. I don't care if you serve liquor. I'll go to those places, and I want those here. But I live on Pine Street, and I also get liquor bottles, beer bottles, trash that I get out, and I'm not on social media or Facebook trying to get brownie points and say, look what I did. I pick them up. But I did get out, and I did knock on doors, and I did give people information, and business owners. And many of those business owners do not like the fact that there's just straight bars and taverns, because they are not required to have food served in there, just liquor, okay? And let's just say this. The attorney's office that was hit, it was a 30-year-old DUI, drunk driver, and I don't care if the speed limit is 10 miles an hour. If somebody wants to drive fast, they're going to drive fast. He hit the building, got out of his car, walked away, and the police picked him up later. So he left the scene of the accident. 2006, Alabama Street. A lady was charged. She had several DUIs. She was running from the police, going over 110 miles an hour, flew over trees, over near Miss Merchant's house, hit her property that you can't even see from the road from Alabama, nor can you see it from Morgan Street, hit the house, landed on top of a teenager that had a full scholarship to go to any college he wanted to, killed him instantly. Highway 90, 13 years ago, drunk driver, speeding down Highway 90. Oh, and by the way, the drunk driver that hit the building, he was at the Spot Lounge, which is in the city limits. After the police had to ask him several times where he was at, he first said he was downtown fishing, doing whatever. Then he finally admitted that he was in the Spot at the lounge there. So, 13 years ago, Highway 90, 19-year-old, DUIs, suspended license. One of the young ladies that was hit, her mother was a friend of mine. As a matter of fact, she used to watch my grandson, who is now 17. She was 19 years old. Beautiful young lady. Her name was Pearl. She was with her friend, who was 21 years old, who had a daughter. This 19-year-old decides to get in the car. He was upset. Him and his girlfriend had a fight, speeding down Highway 90. Again, we have speed zones, but he made a choice to speed over 90, close to 100 miles an hour. Came up from behind them, hit him, threw him out of the car over 100 feet, killed the one lady instantly, and Pearl died in her fiance's arms. I say all that to say this. My husband's a CPA. We've been in business 47 years. We have several businesses that we take care of. And I want to see growth here. And Jeff, you talk about business owners that potentially come to you or whatever. You know, it's good. And I'm gonna be Quint right here, Quint Studer. And he would say, he'd go to the council meetings, and somebody would be up there saying, "Oh, I've heard from several people." Is that one? Is that two? Don't have to identify. The thing is that we are speaking here to say we want to see growth. And is this about spot zoning, that we're just going to satisfy the people, that in the beginning that this was all about Highway 90 and Elmira Street to begin with? But then you would be targeted as spot zoning. So let's include the residentials. Let's draw this huge map and get people's input. They're going to come back and they're going to get upset, and then we're going to go back and say Highway 90 and Elmira Street. And that's a compromise. Is it a compromise? It is not what we want. Yes, we do have a beautiful riverfront, and that's just what we want. 2 lanes, more bars and taverns, more drunks, and keep hitting the buildings. I, for one, do not want to see straight bars and taverns because they are not required to have any food. It's just a bar. Get in there, drink, have fun, do whatever you want. Go home. Maybe you can walk, ride a bike, take a taxi, take a Uber, or you can choose to get in your car and drive into a building and hit someone else. Thank God the lady was upstairs and she didn't get hit, or she didn't get hurt. So you need to think about that. When people are standing up here telling you, we live down here and we want to see progress, we want to see these things happen, we want to see growth, but it doesn't have to be straight bars and taverns. And I think Studer told us, you don't want straight bars and taverns. And Jimmy and I were downtown on Palafox Street this past Saturday. We would have got out and walked, but it was extremely cold. And there are several places down there, and it's a beautiful place. And we want to see Milton grow, but not straight bars and taverns. So please listen to what we're saying, too. We want to see growth. Thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Alexander Sharp, 3109 Waterview Drive. Mr. Studer did not say you do not want bars or taverns. In fact, he specifically said you need retail, you need nightlife. And he also told you the story about how he personally helped the whiskey bar come into their downtown and in a certain area. So I agree with, Teresa, let's not do spot zoning, because basically you can have a bar or tavern in the city of Milton, and by not allowing it in the downtown, that is spot zoning. So why don't you just open it up to all of, the areas, and let's stop the spot zoning. Doing an overlay like this and allowing bars and taverns, which really is leaning towards fair business trade, you're not going to stop people from drinking. Period. That zoning, or lack of, does not stop people from drinking.
Mr. Mayor?
Ma'am.
I'd like to direct this question to Ms. Messick. Am I correct in the summary of your discourse that the greater number of bars and taverns downtown, in the historic district downtown Milton, is equal, or there's a relationship to the number of drunk and accident downtown?
No, I think what I was saying, Mary, was
Just speak in the microphone, please.
I think what I'm saying, Mary, is the fact that the bars and taverns are not going to stop the drunks. Someone can drink in their home and get in their car and choose to drive fast. My thing is that we were talking about the speed limit. If I choose to get in my car and the speed limit is 25 miles an hour, but I choose to do 75 miles an hour and run into a building, I made a bad choice, and there's a consequence.
That is correct.
So with the drunk driver, if he chooses to get in there and he's not, I think, what was his level, Tony? 0.3 or something? It was pretty high, wasn't it? The drunk driver that hit the building? 0.317.
0.137.
Okay, that's pretty high, isn't it?
Right. And I understand that, but it tends to be that you were associating all of those accidents, or most accidents, with the, and of course, speed was related, and alcohol is too related. We all know that. And those examples that you gave, it appeared that you were trying to say the greater number of bars and taverns that we have, we were creating an environment for more accident and drunk drivers. Is that correct?
I would believe that would be the case.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Mr. Police Chief, do you have a summary on the distribution of drunk driving accidents in Milton, Florida? So we can compare it to see that we have more downtown, or as a general distribution of those throughout the city?
That would be something I could develop, but no, I wouldn't have it. But what I do have is just a basic analysis. Last year, Councilwoman Ashley Lay asked us to start monitoring the calls we have that involve alcohol. And we created went through the process, created a code to help us track it. So far what we've gotten for the, year of 2017 was a total of 85 complaints or calls that were potentially alcohol related. We had 8 DUI calls. Now, you know, this is, right now it's just the number of calls. I don't have it broken down into actually how many arrests that we've had or anything like that, but we had a total of 8 DUI calls. Now, some of those could have been, you know, an old person weaving on the road, you know, stuff like that. So I'll just have to look. 17 calls concerning an intoxicated person, 2 threat calls, 11 suspicious person calls, 5 disturbances, 3 noise ordinance, 3 suspicious vehicles, 1 police assist. I'd have to look into that, see if it's, you know, what we did.
You're talking too fast for us. We're all taking notes. Would you burn us a copy of that?
What I'll do, yes, I just got this finished right before I came
Great,
over.
thanks.
So,
Carry on.
and then, you know, we had 6 domestic violence calls, you know, 2 reckless drivers, the 1 shooting, and there's, you know, several other, you know, fireworks, panhandling, stuff like that that are ones, but we're, the initial plan was to have a crime report ready for council at the February Committee of the Whole, and so hopefully by that meeting I'll have this broken down in more detail. But I knew this topic was on the agenda tonight, so I wanted to let you know that, you know, over the year, I mean, we had 85 calls. You know, over the scheme of things, that's not a mass number of calls. Now, from what I've been hearing this afternoon, that, you know, there are some things that are going on that citizens haven't called in and we're just basically not aware of. You know, the speeding, we have speeding problems all through the city of Milton. For whatever reason, whenever people get their driver's license, it's no different than running red lights. You know, y'all have helped with the stop signs on Berry Hill Road. It took us about a year to get them there, but you know, that's a traffic enforcement issue that you know, y'all have worked very well with the police department to get stuff like that done.
Sure, I've heard about it.
And we'll, I've only heard 2 complaints, so I'm doing pretty good.
Good for you.
But you know, we'll continue to address, you know, the speeding and other concerns and situations all throughout the city. And I'm sure every agency, every law enforcement agency in the country could say, yeah, we can use, you know, double the manpower in what we have. And but we're not going to ignore it. You know, we are going to work on it. And so if anybody calls, we will address the complaints and handle them as best as possible. But I'll try and have, you know, the report broken down, have a lot more usable information for y'all, for the Committee of the Whole in February.
Chief, those numbers that you just said, was that citywide?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, is there anything else?
Done a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Barry Bamberg, 5146 Pike Street. I just would like 2 clarifications. This map does not show the 500 feet regarding the churches. So if you were to take out the 500 feet around all the churches, this map would look different. So why don't we have a map that looks like that? Because don't you think all of these churches are gonna, I'd like to see what that looks like, because you've got the Episcopal Church, the Methodist Church, and the Presbyterian Church right down there in that area, that I think it would significantly change the look of this map. And I'd love to see what that looks like.
We can definitely get that ready for the next meeting.
And then second, everybody's talking about this freestanding bars or just bars and taverns, which, you know, I have a tendency to agree that the places that serve food, the nice hotels that have their restaurant. So can we not specify that this just be for places that serve food and alcohol? Does this overlay have to apply to any kind of bar, pub, restaurant? Or can it be limited to only serving alcohol where there is food?
That's already allowed, Ms. McDonald.
The current allowance for that, you have to have 51%. So it's not just serve food, you have to actually make 51% of
Gotcha.
your overall
But-
gross from the food.
But right now with this overlay, can bars come in that only serve alcohol?
What hasn't?
Yes.
No, it hasn't passed yet.
Okay.
So they can't right now currently, but if it
Okay.
does pass, they will be they will let have that concept.
Well, I'm pleased about the new map because my house is not there anymore in the new map. Thank you. Um,
And we understood that. you know.
Yeah. I guess the thing that I do get more concerned about is places like the Spot, places like Docks, where it's a different, it is not a family thing when people are going in there and just drinking. And that, I want to see progress. I'd like to have some nice restaurants.
Right.
And if the Hilton wants to come in here and put a nice hotel and nice restaurant on the waterway, I think that'd be lovely. But that's a far cry from the places we've got that only serve alcohol. And I'm not sure if I trust people to put something that's got sophistication that's just alcohol, because that's not what I'm seeing that's just alcohol. I don't see any sophisticated places here that serve just alcohol, if you know what I mean.
Well, the brewery, the Brew
They serve
Angels,
food, yeah.
They serve food. I think that the bistro's good.
Yeah, they serve.
They
Yeah,
have a bar too.
it doesn't. Yeah, it's not. Now, whether or not anybody's counting that walks in there and says, "Oh, it's 51% food," but it definitely has more of a family restaurant appeal.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, the map and the clarification on the bar thing was what I was wanting to know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Jonathan Russell, pastor at First Baptist Church, 6797 Caroline Street. And I do appreciate this updated map, and if we can get the 500 feet would be good. And two, just so you know where the church is, or at least our church is coming from, it's not a morality thing. I couldn't care less if someone drinks a beer or has fifth Jack Daniels. That's not going to bother me. I'm not going to stay up all night about it. What I have heard, the 500 to 600 people in our congregation, many of them who are citizens of this city and members of that you represent, is a safety issue, and this map does indeed help that, because the map previous to that, I started to ask our deacons if we were putting in a keg, and I didn't know about it, but the map previous to that, it would have really shut down any outside outreach. Our food pantry that we do, where we have people that are out in the street every day, outside events, the high school that borrows our facilities free of charge, the Special Olympics who comes and uses our gym at night, all of these things that we do for the community, it would have definitely impacted them to where we would have had to reevaluate how we do that particular ministry. But this update is certainly beneficial in that, and if we could get a look at the 500 feet, again, not as a morality thing or a holier than thou thing, but as a measure of safety, to be able to know that we can have kids outside walking across the street to the church if they have to park in the back with their parents, and that we could do that with a clear conscience, knowing that they were going to be okay. Thank you.
And Pastor, this is the health republic. This is a republic, and that we live in. And what this council asked staff to do was to come back with a proposal, with a plan for including alcohol sales, established to serve alcohol, and they did. And what was presented to the council was what they thought we wanted to see based on the discussions that we had, and it included the residential areas. And so part of the republic, part of democracy, hearing from the citizens, hearing from the business owners, it's been altered, and that's the way the process works.
Sure.
And so I think that we've made a lot of ground, and so it's a push and pull as well.
I agree.
So I think that we've come a long way with this, and maybe we'll reach a compromise, maybe we won't. We'll see what happens.
Thank you.
One more thing I discovered that I didn't know was when I started looking at the Spot just to see what they have there, they have happy hour till midnight. And when you talk about there's more prevalence of drinking cause more drunk driving or statistics, and we don't maybe have those statistics, but I think anybody would say if there were no alcohol in the county at all, nowhere, no homes, nothing, there probably wouldn't be drunk drivers. They might be sleepy or something else. If you have the more alcohol you have, the more chance there might be. But if somebody has a happy hour until midnight, That's not even the after-hour work happy hour. That's till midnight. That seems really unsafe to me for people to be leaving that place. The other thing that I looked on what the Florida statutes are, and this scares me more than anything, is I thought that all the bar people are responsible to, if a patron leaves drunk and kills somebody, that they can be held liable. But that's not the case in the state of Florida. It says that a person who sells or furnishes alcoholic beverages to a person of lawful drinking age shall not thereby become liable for injury or damage caused by or resulting from the intoxication of such person. So that really scares me, because these bars, and whether it's the bistro or anywhere, the person that's back there serving the alcohol does not have any accountability to how much they're serving and to how drunk the person appears that they're serving to, which is not the case in every state. So now that makes me, I'm not happy about that, but can't do anything about that. But just talking about people drinking a lot without eating. Thanks.
Thank you. Sir.
Ricky Downs, 5205 Hawks Nest Drive. One of the things that I agree with Cassandra, like a business like a brewery, a brew house that's going to brew their own beer, sample it, sell it, that sort of thing. That really isn't a bar or tavern. Is there a way to incorporate those type of businesses in the city to be able to zone, instead of opening up for any bar and tavern, to be able to open it up for that specific type of business to be available in that district? Because that's a different person, and that's a different establishment altogether. And one of the things that Alan's brought up many a times is that we want to grow however we can grow, and whatever kind of business wants to go down there, whatever it is, we want those, and we all understand growth. Y'all are pretty familiar with my stances on pro-business in our city and how much we want to grow. But you do have a line, and there is a difference between somebody going to a restaurant and just sitting at a bar and drinking, and somebody going to a bar and tavern and going and just drinking. Not with that one individual, but if you look at the atmosphere of that establishment, if you go to, say, a Brew Angels, which I've gone to recently, and you have a mixture of those people in there, and they don't sell liquor, they're just beer and food and everything. But whenever you go into a bar, that every single person walked in that bar to get drunk, because that's all you can do. You don't have part of the people coming in just to eat, part of the people coming in just to drink, and other people doing both, and it's not a mixture like that. It's a different atmosphere. You walk in to, say, well, Ollie's is probably a good example. If you go into Ollie's after 10 or 11 o'clock, those people usually aren't going in there to eat, they're going in there to get drunk, and that's what you get coming out of there. And I actually had a friend of mine leave there, didn't go in to eat, went in there just to get drunk later in the afternoon, and then got killed on the Pond Creek Bridge. And so there is a difference. But establishments like she's talking about with a brew house or something like that, is there a way to be able to open that up instead of it being bars and taverns and, like you said, daiquiri bars and that sort of thing? Would be open game for all of those things to be able to zone just for, it's different whenever you look in the Unified Development Code. There's a different stipulation from a brewery and a bar and a tavern, so you'd imagine you'd be able to zone for one and not the other. Can you do that?
Well, the brewery is considered manufacturing, you know that.
Right.
They have their own designation.
Right.
And I use the example of just a freestanding bar being the little daiquiri bar.
Right.
It's unmanned, it's unstaffed, pay with plastic. It's like an ice cream vendor.
Right.
But I can honestly say, when Santa Rosa County went wet, we got a 500% increase in the chain restaurant. You look at Pace, Chili's, and all of those chain restaurants came
we're
here.
wet here
but
too. Bistro can sell alcohol.
Right, but none of them would come until they had that guaranteed sales. That's part of their business marketing plan.
Right. Well, and that was before too, because if a restaurant came here, they weren't allowed to sell liquor, and that was the biggest difference. And they're allowed to here. So
right. I'm just talking about potential income.
Right.
And I understand that people have an issue with just a bar, a bar, where they envision people sitting on a bar stool doing shot after shot after shot. I think it's what the market will bear. If you rent boats and you sell beer and ice, are you a bar? You don't have any food. You know, the market will develop itself as the need arises. If there is no need, they will go broke and they will leave.
Right. Well, and I guess, and if you're going to use that argument as far as, we want any business and market oil, I mean, the line before, and that was the compromise, we've had compromise where, okay, we're not going to do it on Sunday. And then the compromise, okay, we'll do it on Sunday, but then we won't do it in this one area. And then now the compromise is, okay, we're a few years down the road, get rid of that compromise. So where's the line in? I mean, are we going to stop at strip clubs? Are we going to stop at, I mean, where's the next line that we're going to cross? And I actually, my personal opinion on this issue is not, I actually don't have a problem with it, but whenever I went through and talked to, other business owners, talked to the other, constituents in the area, the other people in my neighborhood, and I actually got a lot more blowback on this than I thought I would. I figured kind of like you did, is like once people are okay with the alcohol in general and they see that the bistro does well down there and, other restaurants that serve alcohol do well, okay, well then it's not that big a deal because we haven't gone to heck yet. Maybe it's not that big a deal, but I was very surprised to where people that I didn't expect to be heavily against bars and taverns in the downtown area were absolutely against it. So, but I guess, and I still, is there a way for us to say not do it for bars and taverns, but allow a brewery that can manufacture and sell that beer down there without requiring them to serve food? If they're brewing it themselves, I mean, that is a separate distinction. Would we not be able to open that up in that district without opening it up to everything?
Alcohol?
Not
you get just as drunk off of beer as you can liquor.
I mean, just as many.
If someone's going to be irresponsible, they're going to be irresponsible no matter where they're at. DUIs have actually went down in Santa Rosa County once it went wet. I was surprised to see that, but once you go back and look at all the figures and everything, all the years before they went wet.
Right. Well, and a DUI is also when somebody gets caught, not whenever they do it. So,
well, I mean, when are we going to keep breaking it down? I mean,
thank you.
I think, Mr. Mayor, I think in order just to, clarify a point that people are going to hear is part of the things I think with doing an overlay district and not a rezoning would allow you to set some level of stipulations on it. So
Certainly.
I think that is correct.
And that's possible.
Right.
So you could stipulate
You could say
for a brewery, craft brewery.
For a craft brewery that manufactures, only sell beer that's manufactured on premises.
Right,
Or
one per 5 miles or one per 4
that's
blocks
right.
or whatever.
1 or 4 blocks. You must sell food, not necessarily 50% food, but you must sell food, things like that. I think with this format, option is available.
Yeah. I mean, you got to put some thought into it because you could limit yourself. Like, for example, say like a World of Beer came to Milton and said, we have one in downtown Pensacola, and they have over 100 different types of beer from all over the world for people to come in and sample. Pilots like to do it, and other folks in the community, and then you possibly pigeonhole yourself, where you could tell a business, no, you can't come to Milton because unless you're brewing it yourself, then that's what the overlay's for. And so you have to think about how you want to do it. And so, either way.
And for that exact, World of Beer is a restaurant. I mean, you can eat there. So, I mean, that you can have that now. McGuire's, which you used earlier, is a restaurant. They could be down there right now and do whatever they want. So, I mean, those are examples of great restaurants, and those are more of a family environment than, what I would consider a bar and a tavern. So, I mean, and to that point, I mean, call them, get them to come down here. They can go down there now.
All right. Yes, sir.
Michael Johnson, 4621 Forsyth Street, Baghdad. I just had a quick point. Everything's been said about the main issue. I see a need here of a committee, something that if you guys get a phone call from any company, organization, you need to be able to say, look, we have a specialty team you need to talk to. You need business people. Money comes from business. It doesn't come from taxes, because people can't pay taxes if there's no business. The more business there is, the more everybody wins. And if there was a committee, but I can tell you right now, I've been to some of the committees of the city of Milton, and I assure you that the gentleman from Houston, Texas, that came to Baghdad and had me restore 3 houses for him, and then 1 in Milton, would have never done it talking to that committee. We need people with experience, education, have done it on a committee to attract people to this area. And if you get a phone call, unless you're in that particular business, we need to have somebody in that particular business to talk to those people and tell them, I'm not just trying to sell you Milton, I've done it. Call my friend in Houston, Texas, ask him. We need something to attract business, and we don't just need to sit around and hope whatever we do next might work. And I'm not saying anything bad about this. I know you're doing the best you can with what you had. That's not my point. But I do think we need people that can really sit down with business people and maybe get some things done. Thank you.
All right. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've had quite a discussion today, and of course, this item was for discussion. If council chooses to elect, they can take this item and move it on to executive committee, or we can table it and we can talk about it more. Whatever you want to do, and anybody, we'll go the direction of the council.
Make a motion that we table it.
Table it.
Further study.
Table it. Okay. Till the next committee of the whole. Okay.
I would recommend that we deem that it's tabled, that we continue it in committee.
Right.
Yes. Table. Different.
Right. We have a motion from Councilman Lunsford.
I second that motion because there's still other data that we need to have.
Okay, we have a second from Councilman Johnson. Discussion? If there is none, please vote. And the motion passes 3 nays. So we will table it until...
Actually, we will continue it in committee to bring us back to...
We'll continue it in committee at the February Committee of the Whole. All right. Thank you for that discussion. And we'll take a break after, we got one more thing we'll do, then we'll take a break. We had a request to speak from a Mr. What was it? Randy Jones. Is Randy here today? Randy, if you'll please approach the mic and state your name and address the record, please. And the city staff, the city manager, and of course the police chief and myself are aware of your situation, but the council is not. I cannot speak to these people outside of this room.
Certain council members are, sir.
Right. And so if you could give us maybe a 5-minute Reader's Digest version of what happened, and tell us a description of what happened, and then we'll go on from there. And of course, if our police chief or city staff would like to comment as well, or any questions from the council, we'll do it after that. But you have the floor.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Mayor, council ladies, councilmen, for the opportunity to come forward and talk to you about this matter. January 14th of last year, myself and my wife were involved in a major car accident here in Milton. I'm sorry. My name's Randy Jones, 5468 Monterey Road, Crestview, Florida. We were involved in a major car accident just east of what I call the Kmart. There's a Raceway gas station. A lady pulled out in front of us, and I T-boned her on Highway 90. I was scared to death. I thought I killed this woman. I hit her right in the driver's side door with a full-size Chevrolet pickup. As the evening went on, I checked on the woman after I finally made it out of my truck. I checked on my wife, of course, that was with me. We were subsequently transported to Santa Rosa Hospital emergency room by ambulance due to our injuries. Upon arriving at the emergency room, 2 Milton, Florida police officers, an Officer Kimberly Aguiar and an Officer Dalen Wilson, approached me in my emergency room. And they informed me that they could not conduct the investigation that night because they had absolutely no information on the woman. She left the scene of the accident. My first concern was, oh my God, this woman had a head injury, she wandered off. Well, that wasn't the fact. When I started questioning what happened, Officer Wilson, who was standing in the doorway, came into my room and said, "It's okay, calm down, it's going to be all right. The woman is friends with a high-level police officer." Now, I ask you, counsel, if this had been you, and you were laying in the emergency room injured from a car accident, your spouse is on the other side of the emergency room, you don't know how bad she's hurt, and this was done to you, how would you feel? What would you think? I immediately told the officer that just made it 10 times worse. It's not okay for this woman to leave because she's friends with a cop. They left. In turn, my son at the time, who was with us today, had gotten here from Crestview. I told my son, I said, "Son, I don't like how this is going. I'm going to be found at fault somehow. Something's going to go wrong because this lady's friends with a high-level police officer. I'm going to call the Florida Highway Patrol." So I called him from the emergency room. And the Highway Patrol basically said it was a Milton jurisdiction. If Milton called, they would respond, but of course I knew that Milton wasn't going to call on themselves. But maybe 2-3 minutes after making that phone call, Officer Aguiar came back into my room and threatened me with arrest for hampering a police investigation. Her words were, I quote, "You need to understand the consequences of hampering my police investigation." And I was kind of dumbfounded. I asked her again, "Excuse me?" And she repeated the statement. And I said, "Lady, I have given you every bit of information that I have. I have answered every question to the best of my ability. How in the world am I hampering you?" She left. She later returned to my room and told me that she had made contact with the woman's husband. And what she said was that the woman's husband had the lady in West Florida Hospital in Pensacola. And I asked, how do I know that the husband don't have her home sobering up? I don't know that. Well, that was my last meeting with Officer Aguiar that night. I left the Milton, Florida emergency room that night, and I know people say you're supposed to exchange information. You're supposed to have this information on these people. You're supposed to have their name, their pertinent information. They had mine. But when I left the emergency room that night, all I had from the Milton Police Department was a business card with Kimberly Aguiar's name on it and a case number, and I had a tow receipt where my truck was taken to Kell Recovery. And that's absolutely it. I had no clue. I called that night. I begged that night for help. And I was informed that Officer Wilson was the on-scene supervisor that night. That if I had a problem, that I needed to come back tomorrow and talk to their supervisor, a Sergeant Spears. Well, the next day, my son and I came to Milton. He drove me over here. I was incapacitated, couldn't drive. He drove me over here. We'd contacted Kell Recovery. My wife is a cancer patient, and she had a medical bag in the truck. And Kell Recovery was nice enough, thank them, to allow me the opportunity to get into their yard on a Sunday and retrieve her medical bag. While we were there, they informed me that the lady that pulled out in front of me, her van, was towed from the scene by JR's Body Shop out on Avalon Boulevard, Junior's Body Shop. I told my kids, I said, okay, I said, let's go out there. I want to get pictures. Something's rotten in Denmark. I need evidence. So we went out, and there the van sat, driver's side facing me. I've got pictures. And on the side of the van, there's a business name and a picture of a bird dog. And I believe the business name was Walnut Hills Kennels. So I went home that day, and I started doing business searches. And I found this business in Lafayette, Georgia. The car wasn't even from Florida. Subsequent searches, I found a woman's name, and to be honest, I stalked her on Facebook, and she had pictures on her Facebook of the crash. And she's thanking all these individuals for coming helping her and her dogs the night of the crash. Evidently, she had bird dogs in the car. Well, I in turn started searching the people she was thanking, and none of them was from Milton, Florida. The people that had Facebooks. They were from out of town, out of state. And I'm thinking to myself, what are these people doing here? And she happened to thank one person, and I did some more research and found out that the reason they were all here, there was a thing called a field trials being conducted that weekend. A field trials is where avid bird dog hunters get together and they go out in competition and they actually hunt birds, and by this competition, that's how your dog becomes a champion and grand champion, whatever. That's what was going on, and the field trials was held that day at Major Jim Spencer from the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Department's house. And he was on scene that night. There was the high-level police officer. I've got documentation to show that she spent the night at his residence that night after the accident. I didn't know what to do. At the time, nobody wanted to hear it. Everybody would rather put it under the table. Finally, I came to Milton, Florida, and I had a meeting with Chief Tyndall. At that meeting was also a Captain Mike Klein, Chief of Internal Affairs. And in response to my complaint, well, I take that back. Let me step back a second. The day after the meeting, I talked to Yolanda Spears, I believe Sergeant Spears, and I thought at that time my complaint was logged and was going to be investigated. Several months later, nothing had been done. So that's when I went to Chief Tyndall. In return, Captain Klein has conducted an internal affairs investigation, and honestly, people, this paperwork, my 13-year-old granddaughter could have done a better investigation. I'm sorry. Number one, Captain Klein will address in his narrative here that this was an extreme chaotic scene. That there was an overturned vehicle. There was people chasing dogs in and out of the highway that night. You know, chaos. I've got a picture right here of the actual scene that night. And in fact, it shows a man standing with his hands in his pocket and two women down on their hands and knees looking at dogs in a crate. There were no dogs loose that night. By admission of this woman, the dogs were locked in cages. So he kind of expelled on the evidence at that time. It went on to basically exonerate both police officers, to say that I was told, Major Jim Spencer was identified to me that night, which I've got 9 people there that will attest to that didn't happen. He went on to question a Carrie Sims, Junior Sims' wife. That is who actually took the woman from the scene. That was one of my complaints, was Jim Spencer took her from the scene. He interviewed Carrie Sims, which I've got it on recording. By his report, it says Carrie Sims doesn't remember who called her to the scene, is what the report says. And I'll tell you today, that's exactly what she says, that she does not remember, but then she changed her tune and changed her testimony to say that Jim Spencer called her to the scene. That's left out of this report. Now, even though Jim Spencer didn't take her, Carrie Sims did. She was called to the accident by Jim Spencer, and she's also the principal officer of the Santa Rosa County Mounted Posse. Am I the only one making the connection? I've struggled a lot in the last year. We're going through injuries, and all I have asked, you're right, Mayor, I have talked to you. I've talked to the city manager. I've talked to the chief. After this report, the chief said he stands behind his officers and don't know that he would have conducted himself any different that night. When I talked to the mayor told me that he would check in on it, get back with me. That was the last correspondence I got. I've left several different messages, no other correspondence. When I talked to the city manager, I just as soon have been talking to that podium. Everybody's wanting to hear, not wanting to hear what I got to say. What I am asking is, sooner or later, somebody is going to have to step up and be responsible for their actions. They're going to have to be held accountable. And that's what I'm here asking you as a council to do. I sit here in the room today and I hear your all's ambition of bringing people into Milton. I don't live in Milton. How do you think I want to come back into Milton? If this is the way your police department's going to treat me? I was simply driving across town, minding my own business. It could have been the pastor. That's the problem I have right now, and like I said, nobody wants to listen. I have only asked, and I did contact Councilman Snow, for the simple fact, when I pulled up the Milton City Council, his was the first name that popped up. I know before the meeting, Councilman Lunsford talked to us in the hallway, and she had been made aware. So even though you're telling me that you haven't contacted them, I believe you, people are aware. So I'm here today, like I said, I'm asking for an independent investigation into this incident. And at this time, I feel that people ought to be put on suspension until the results of this investigation.
So you called me on the phone and you explained the same story.
Yes, sir.
And in the same detail. Once I was aware from you about the story, what had happened, I talked to our city manager, who the city manager is above he hires the police chief.
Yes, sir.
I have no authority to tell the police chief as mayor, and nobody on this council has any authority to tell that police chief what to do. Of course, the city manager works at the pleasure of the council. I discussed this with the city manager. The city manager, I had a very lengthy discussion on this, and police matter, a legal matter, an investigation was underway, and of course, that's where I left it. I was assured by the city manager that all necessary steps be taken to notify you, and that this would be taken care of. And so I left my faith in the city manager to do that, and I assume and I've spoke with him again since that initial meeting, and everything's been taken care of. There's been a report. At this time, what I would like to do, after hearing your side of the story, understanding what you
I've got a couple more things to add, if I may.
Yeah, I will.
Mm-hmm.
And, but as soon as you're done, I would like for the police chief to address this issue.
That's fine.
You know, I do feel sorry for you. I feel sorry that you've gone through this, and I understand that you have a right to be heard, and that's what this meeting can be about, is about. But we also we have to trust the professionals that we've hired.
That's what I try to do, sir.
Sure. And so if you will finish, then we'll hear from our police chief and perhaps the city manager, and then we'll go.
Mr. Jones, I'm sorry, could you tell me the date of the accident?
The date was January 14th, a year and 4 days ago. approximately. I felt it was 7 o'clock at night. I think CAD reports and stuff will say 7:36.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Subsequent to this investigation, I've got documentation here. I have filed a couple different Public Information Acts, which I feel I've kind of met resistance in the information that I requested legally to get. On more than one occasion on my initial request, I had more than one conversation with Captain Mike Klein, and after 4 or 5 different calls to him and basically citing the law and threatening lawsuits, I finally got information that I requested. There's still information out there that is not being released that I feel should be. And it's probably going to take a judge to make that determination. I'm willing to go that far. But along with this investigation, my second request, I requested the personnel files of both officers involved. And I got them. I did. It was a little bit of a runaround. When I got them, I was told how much money it was going to cost me, and I showed up to the Milton Police Department. Originally, I went to the city attorney's office to get my first public information request. They said everything has to go through her. So I went to Miss Lindsay's office, paid my money, left. The second time that I was told, your information's ready, I said, okay. I called Miss Lindsay's office. When can I pick up my information? Answer I got was, we don't deal with that. That's not up, we don't deal with public information requests. You got to go straight to the police department. I was kind of worried that day I went into the police department. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I went in and I got it. And what was kind of comical, I guess you would say, I was told this is going to be so many dollars and 15 cents. So I throwed out $90 on the table, and the money was slid back to me. He said, no, I said this much money and 15 cents. So I kind of shrugged my shoulders and slid the $90 back. No, sir, unless you're going to write me a check for $85.19, have a good day. And I slid the money back and I said, keep the change. I had to leave that day and go to Whataburger and come back with the correct change. I mean, it was just another attempt at a kick in the tail, in my opinion. But pertaining to the Public Information Act, I found out through the records request that a few days after being notified of the internal affairs investigation, Officer Kimberly Aguiar resigned. Imagine that. I've got the letter here that says she resigned to pursue other educational benefits, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I've also got her FDLE paperwork that I believe that it's law that police officers have to do entering a police agency and exiting a police agency. And on this investigation report, it was put on there that Officer Aguiar left on her own free will, on good standings, on her own accord. Even though there's a place over on the side of the form over here that says voluntary separation or retirement in lieu of termination. Okay, so you wasn't going to terminate her. But the next one up, voluntary separation or retirement while being investigated for character standards defined in rule, blah, blah, blah. Now, if you make the argument that she did not fit that statement, you step on back down, and the next one is voluntary separation or retirement while being investigated for violation of agency or training school policy involving moral character violations. Was she being investigated for that? Was letting somebody leave the scene of the accident because she knew a police officer, could that be understood as immoral? That wasn't marked on her paperwork. Her paperwork says she left on good conduct. So what this paperwork did was kick the can down the street. It let her go on to another agency. Now, I would like to give you an example on how that affects you. Officer Dalen Wilson. I've got his paperwork. Officer Dalen Wilson was fired from the Gulf Breeze Police Department a few years back. I take that back. He resigned on termination for covering up a DUI investigation on a city employee. I've got the IE reports. I've got the paperwork. That's what kicking the can down the street does. Officer Wilson's also on the Brady list. I don't know if anybody is familiar. Are you familiar, Mayor, with what the Brady list is? The Brady list is a list by the state attorney's office of known police officers who have lied under oath, who have committed, who have had problems. The reason this list is there is because if I was convicted of a crime and Officer Wilson was brought into court to testify against me, under my rights and under the laws of discovery, the state would have to provide this as evidence that this officer has lied under oath. That's the list he's on. So I'm asking you, you know, my daddy always told me if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it must be a duck. So I'm asking you as a council to please do the honorable thing, and we need an independent agency in here looking at this. Thank you. Any questions?
All right, Police Chief Kendall, if you'll please come address the situation.
They're painting our building today, so I've been inhaling paint fumes all day. So you'll see if I have to stop and drink a water, that's what that's about. This crash did occur in January of last year. I was contacted May the 22nd. Mr. Jones may have contacted me before that, a day or so, but we set up a meeting for May the 22nd in my office. Him, myself, and Captain Mike Klein were present. So whenever Mr. Jones made his complaint to me, there were several issues that you know, that I looked at. Or I had concerns about. It was number one, the officer's behavior at the hospital, the way they spoke with him. Also, he made the statements that you know, this group, including Chief Deputy Spencer, had been at the dog trials, and you know, and I know what they do at those dog trials. They drink all day. And I told him, I said, no, sir, I don't know. I've never been to one of those. And then he also told me that after the dog trials, they went out to dinner and they had drinks with their dinner. And then after, you know, dinner, this crash occurred. Well, once our meeting was over, you know, I let Mr. Jones go with Captain Klein. That day I wrote a notice to begin an internal affairs investigation. So an internal affairs investigation was started. We have state statutes that guide us during the process. All procedures and everything have been followed during this investigation. Now, these investigations can last up to 180 days unless you have, you know, certain particular exceptions, and then you can extend them. Well, during the investigation, Patrolman Aguirre did resign. Prior to the investigation started, you know, I'd had information. I'd spoke with her. I knew she was having some personal issues and that this would be coming. So it just happened to occur during the investigation. On that form that Mr. Jones was describing, it's a required form through FDLE. It's called a affidavit of separation. there's several categories in here, subtitles. The one that was chosen was under the administrative subtitle, and that says voluntary separation not involving misconduct. Okay, the one that Mr. Jones described was voluntary separation or retirement while being investigated for violation of agency or training school policy not involving moral character violation. That's under the title unfavorable misconduct. I've checked with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. This is their form as agency administrators. We can choose how to, which block to check in this form. It doesn't mean that we're covering anything up. A background investigator that if she applies for another job can contact us, ask if there's any internal affairs investigations, and she gets this. They'll know this information. But at the time, there was no indication or confirmed evidence that she had displayed misconduct. Now, if she would have, at the end of the investigation, all I had to do is contact FDLE, fill out this form, check misconduct, and it would have been changed. So, we're not trying to kick a can or hide employee misconduct. So that's why Officer Aguilar left. And that's why the form's checked the way it is. And like I said, I did confirm that through our FDLE field representative, and that's the one we go to for advice and guidance and, any matters that we have that we're unsure about. So the crash occurred. During the crash, during the investigation, we do have separate statements that say that there were, dogs in the median. A couple of the statements say they had to, crate the dogs. I was not there. I can't, just provide, hands-on observations, but we do have statements in that investigation that describe that. I mean, we all know the conditions there. It's Raceway. They're on Highway 90. It's dark during that time. It was this time of the year. I mean, it's, at 7 o'clock at night, it's a busy area. But during the investigation process of the scene, which there was no doubt, I mean, the driver of the at-fault vehicle was the one who was at fault. She was charged with a crash. She was written a uniform traffic citation for failure to yield right-of-way. So, she was charged. She bore full responsibility of this crash. Now, she refused medical treatment whenever the ambulance was there, in which that's very common in crashes. But Officer Aguilar said that whenever she spoke to the driver of the vehicle, that the driver of the vehicle had an injury on one of her arms, and that she told her, look, I know that you've refused medical treatment here, but I advise that you go on your own, get that looked at. And so, that was her advice to her. She went back to working the crash. Now, sometimes while she was working the crash, the driver of that vehicle, her friends, they helped load up the dog. Now, I had 2 officers that spoke with this lady at the crash site. One of them, she was still trapped in her van because it was turned over on its side, and they had to wait till the fire department came and took the windshield out so she could get out. But both officers spoke with her. They did not notice any indications of any odors of alcohol, slurred speech, stumbling around, anything like that. No signs of impairment. And so once the lady of the at-fault vehicle left, and Mr. Jones and them, they were taken to the hospital. The officers did go up to the hospital and talk with Mr. Jones. And I believe him. I believe that, the officer did mention to him about, interfering with or holding up the investigation could have consequences. I don't know if she threatened to take him to jail or not, but I didn't like the fact that she used that tone with a crash victim. So yes, I verbally counseled her. Officer Wilson, I verbally counseled him also. You know, I don't believe in that type of service, no matter really how aggravated you get with a person. You know, we all are human. You know, we make mistakes. So I believe that I addressed that situation in a sensible fashion. So Captain Klein went through the investigation. You know, once the findings came out, and then Mr. Jones didn't agree with them, and you know, there was no evidence whatsoever to show that the driver of Vehicle 1 was impaired. The place they went to dinner to was La Hacienda here in Milton. And as we all know, La Hacienda does not serve alcohol. Leaving the scene of the accident, in Officer Aguilar's statement, she speaks about discussing options that she had, you know, to charging the at-fault driver. In her statement, she also says that she had the driver's information as far as her driver's license and registration. The document that she did not have at the time she spoke to Mr. Jones was the insurance card. Okay, Florida statute is 316.062. It talks about the duty to give information and render aid to a crash. And it says that any driver involved in a crash resulting in injury shall, upon request, and if available, exhibit his or her license or permit to drive. It also says that the person shall give his or her name, address, and registration number of the vehicle he or she is driving. That statute mentions nothing about insurance. So it's my understanding, after reviewing that investigation, that whenever the Officer Aguilar talked to the driver of that fault vehicle and advised her that she needed to go get her arm looked at and taken care of, her injury, that, you know, once the lady, her and her friends rounded up the dogs, that's what they did. They went and took the dogs to the kennel, and then her friends took her to a local hospital. The investigation did show documentation where this lady went to the hospital. Now, the whole public records request, often it's a mess. That particular document is a medical document, and it cannot be released by us because it has medical information, and that is a violation of the HIPAA law. So we cannot release that. Now, the first public records request that Mr. Jones made, you know, we always contact Heather, the city attorney, on public records requests like that. So, you know, that did go through her office. I was told, excuse me, I was told by Captain Klein about the second one, and he said after conferring with Heather that he was advised to, you know, just leave it at our office and let Mr. Jones come by and pick it up at our office. And like I say, I'm, you know, going off what he told me. I didn't speak with Heather on that. As far as the money, we don't operate a cash drawer. So, you know, you've either got to, you know, we need a check. We prefer not to handle cash whatsoever. But if we do, we don't have the availability to make change. That's not something that we do. And it's really something I don't want to do. You know, anytime you handle cash, that just opens up avenues for other issues that you have to deal with. The next topic was the Brady letter. Okay, Officer Dalen Wilson was hired by Chief Brand. as you know, if you take over employees from a former administrator, you inherit those employees that they hired. It is true. Officer Dalen Wilson does have a Brady letter. And those letters are actually, it's developed from a murder case that occurred back in, I think, 1963 up in Maryland. But what they're used for is for the defense attorney to be able to basically cross out or impeach a witness or evidence. And so all that information, the Brady letter, all that was provided to Chief Brand. And now I know that for a fact because I was the background investigator that ran that background on him. I gave that information to Chief Brand. Chief Brand met with the state attorney's office. The state attorney's office agreed that they would still use Officer Wilson's testimony. So that's how Chief Brand hired him. You know, once they're hired and off probation, you know, employees have rights and protections. I just can't go and say, hey, you know, you're fired because you got a Brady letter. You know, I'm simply not allowed to do that. But yes, that letter is on his file. It does exist. If he testifies in a court case, the state attorney does have to present that information to the defense attorney. And so, like I say, all that's true. But as far as the investigation, it's public record. If each one of y'all would like to see it, you know, you're more than welcome to a copy of it. You know, there where Miss Sims went back. It's very common whenever you're interviewing somebody and you start off and you ask them questions and you keep on going, then something will click in their memory and then oh yeah, I forgot this or I remember this now. I mean, you know, that happens. That is, you know, it's all on tape. It's not like anything was trying to be hid or anything like that. I did inform Mr. Jones that if he didn't agree with this investigation, he could contact the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They are the agency that investigates police agencies within the state of Florida. If we have an officer involved shooting, they're the ones who come out and investigate it. You know, that would be his next step. This is one of those cases where, like I say, the crash occurred, the crash was investigated, the at-fault driver was charged on the crash report, and she was also written a uniform traffic citation. And we don't write tickets to every driver that was at fault, but we wrote her one. By state statute, she provided the information that was required at the crash. You know, according to the officers, the only thing they didn't have was insurance information, and they were able to get that night before they got off shift. So, you know, the crash was investigated, and it was investigated properly. Could the officers have acted a little better? I believe so, and I have counseled both of them. But other than that, that's pretty much it, unless y'all have a question.
Chief Brand, so we've listened to both sides of his story, and also what you've done, the investigation. He has asked for another investigation. That was his request, and of course, you said that you've conducted the official investigation with the city, and his next step would be, of course, to take it to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, or and then maybe to higher court from there. And I, unless Brian really wants to chime in and say anything, I would recommend to this council that at this time there's just so many things going on here, and we have to keep our faith and our trust in our professionals here at the city, our police chief, our staff, and I would advise that that if the gentleman wants to pursue it even further, he needs to go through the correct channels. I can't see using any more, based on what the police chief has said today, using any more resources from the city to investigate this further at this time, unless the council disagrees with me. I would say that we advise the man to take the chief's advice.
Probably the only question I would have, Chief Tyndall, is can we submit the investigation to FDLE for review? Or does that have to come from Mr.
You know, I really don't know, but I can ask them and see. I mean, I don't mind. Like I said,
you know, I'd say at this point, I don't have a problem. I have trust faith in Chief Tyndall, and at this point, I don't have a problem with if we can do that, we'll call FDLE and say, hey, Mr. Jones has requested that. We'd like you to review our process and the way it was worked here and turn it over to him.
And I have no problem with that either. Council, do you have a problem with that?
I have no problem.
All right. Well, let's do this then. If that's what the gentleman wants to do, pursue it that way. If you can get an answer from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and maybe pass that along to him. And if that's what he wants to do, we can go down that road certainly. But we don't know that tonight. We'll know more information next week. Actually, weeks from now we meet at the executive committee meeting. But at this time, there's nothing further we can do.
Correct.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we need a motion for us to incur the cost of copies or anything like that? If FDLE requires it?
Well, if FDLE requires that kind of stuff, it's not really a public records request. It'll be information that we have to submit them in order to do the investigation. So that won't be an issue.
Okay.
All right. So with that, thank you. Thank you for both for speaking.
Yes, sir.
With that said, I'm going to take a 5-minute recess and we'll come back.
Here's the process.
Nobody is, brother. That's how it works.
Oh.
No, it's freezing in here.
Well, a minute, okay? Yeah, I'm an old woman, okay?
I mean, you can probably smoke it down the hall. I had no idea that you wanted to speak. Typically, people approach. Was a speaker request out? I didn't give you that. I had no idea that you wanted. Yeah, he's the one you need to talk to. He's the one that holds. Yeah.
section of Quincy used to be, up on the courthouse square, the corner from there down a couple blocks, 2 blocks. And it was a mixed breed, you know, pool hall,
Okay.
barber shop, all kind of stuff like that. Never had any problem.
I would like a heater though when
You might have somebody that ended up in jail sleeping
Old
on
and
the pump.
Cold.
Other than that,
I'm in flats.
had a problem.
We're in thick stuff.
Pool hall.
I'm still cold.
It also had an ice cooler in the back with the back door. Quincy was a dry county. You get where I'm going? Yeah. You know what controlled that street, that area? Never had a problem? Two city, 350-pound plus policemen patrol that area.
Okay, appreciate you. Uh-huh.
Happy birthday. Hey, how are you? I did. Good, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. It's freezing in here. My feet are like numb. I need a heater down here.
Okay. Lock Lake in about an hour and a half.
Huh?
Lock Lake coming up in about an hour and a half.
They may not.
And they need, because they have like 100.
I was.
Yeah. I remember that, yeah. 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 Okay. I think they just passed a, state just passed a law, did the House did,
It's in
yeah.
the process.
Yeah, it's in the process, yeah.
I will.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you, if you can call Pam and get on the list, she'll you can talk to her right now. She can get you set up to come speak to us. Yeah.
You can't give kids toys. I'm telling you these days.
Ah.
Banging and making noise.
Now bang the gavel. Sharon Holly.
Always dragging around.
Yeah.
Always dragging.
All righty.
Are we on a time crunch, Mayor?
Hi.
Time crunch.
I think we're heading for a record.
But there's not another meeting.
Okay.
There is. Lachlan Lake's going to be in here in about an hour and a half. Oh. All right. Let's see. We're missing Peggy and we're missing. No, Sharon's not last today. Oh my gosh. Peggy Smith.
Brian, do we have the air conditioner on?
It is freezing.
It is.
My feet are numb.
Peggy Smith. I am the great Oz.
Like all I can think about is my
Yeah.
cold.
All right. I don't know where Peggy is.
Selling this.
Where'd you find the food at? Good gosh, holding out on us.
I was all up in here.
She found food, folks. Oh well. All right. So we're gonna continue on with the item. In all fairness, I allowed 2 other items to be addressed, and we have one more request that filled out an official form, and Mr. George Jordan. Mr. Jordan, you want to speak? Please come forward and state your name and address for the record, please, and welcome to the city of Milton. Pass this down.
You know what, Mayor? This meeting is going so long. George Jordan, 5585 Polaris. I think I'll just put mine off till the next meeting and bring it up. We might cut this a little short.
Okay. No problem. All right. So
we're not going to complain.
Not gonna. Moving on to the council items. We're on page 1. We have item 802, backyard pickup and garbage exemptions for 2018. You should have a list. The attached list includes the names for exemption for backyard pickup and garbage. Please review for your approval, and that requires no action, as I understand.
Yes, sir. That is one issue. I'd like to move that to committee for approval. These are the list you have here is ones that have been on the list, and we do have George to add one to the list that we would like to include in that.
Okay, which one's that?
That is 5362 Dogwood Drive.
For exemption? Mrs. Mayo
Oh, that,
is,
no, he's a backyard pickup.
Mrs. Mayo is in nursing home. She go. I don't know if she still has a there.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I do have a question then on that. If we, I know we don't charge them for the exemption where they don't want to pick up at all. Are we charging, we're still charging for a backyard pickup, we're just not charging a fee for a backyard pickup?
That's correct.
You need official approval to kick this?
Yes, sir.
All right, so without any objection, I'll move this to executive. All right. Moving on to page 2, we have item 803, which is the council approval for police pension board, 5th member appointee. The police pension board voted to appoint Bill Kranz to be the 5th member of the board. Council needs to approve the appointee, and of course, his information should be in your packet. Staff recommends the approval of the police pension board appointee Bill Kranz to be the 5th member, and without objection, we'll move that on to the executive meeting. Now we're on page 3. We have item 814, the bad debt write-off for November and December 2017. The bad debt write-off for November and December 2017 is $20,475.33 fiscal year to date, $24,001.01 less gas credit and collections of $4,489.56 for a total of $19,511.46. And staff recommends the approval. So without an objection, we'll move that to the executive meeting. We have item 815, the event application for Scratch Ankle 2018. The event application has been received to hold Scratch Ankle on April 13, 2018 from 4 to 8 p.m. to be held in the festival area. Staff recommends the approval of the event application. And without objection, we will move that to the executive committee meeting. Moving on to page 4, we have item 816, event applications for bands in the Blackwater Spring 2018. The application has been received to hold bands in Blackwater every Friday night from April 13th through June 29th, and that's going to be from 7 to 9 p.m. And staff also recommends that we approve that. And when will we get the fall schedule? Will that be later on this spring?
Yes, yes, sir, that
Okay.
gets done later on.
All right, so without objection, we will move that to the executive committee meeting. You should have that information in your packet as well. Moving on to page 5, we have board vacancies. The following boards have their vacancies. We have the Riverfront Redevelopment Team, 1 vacancy. It must be a CRA resident. I think we discussed that at a previous meeting. Civil Service Board, 3 vacancies. They must be city residents. We need a Milton Planning Board for Ward 4, if you know somebody in Ward 4. Milton Police Pension Board, 1 vacancy. It must be a city resident. And of course, the Milton General Employees Pension Board. Is that just 1 vacancy on the general?
Okay.
Pam? Is that just 1 vacancy on the General Employees Pension Board?
Yes.
Okay.
That
All
is-
right. So we need people for these boards, that they serve a vital need to us. And of course, if you can recommend people to fill out applications, we can get those here at the city. And I believe we have them online too, correct? The application?
Is the application online, and is it advertised on our webpage?
Could be. All right, so without objection,
Thank you.
we'll,
And also, Pam provided us the
Right,
current
you've got a
applications
list,
on
that
file.
you have got all the applications that we currently have
We
are
have a current
provided, so you
update
can
list.
review those and.
that doesn't need to be moved on because it's just an information item.
Yes,
Speed
sir.
bumps on Savannah Drive. There are 2 speed bumps on Savannah Drive that staff recommends removing. And staff recommends removing the speed bumps on Savannah Drive. And of course, if you don't know where Savannah Drive is, it's sort of on the north side of the city, very edge of the city there. Do you have a map to show them?
Yes, sir, I can pull that up for
Right
you.
off of,
I have a question on
Right off
that
of
one.
Zasco. You have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's only been there for practically my lifetime. Wow.
It- it should-
2018, are we deciding to take them out?
No, in this case, sir, what it comes down to, we have just released Outer and Sellers Drive for the repaving to be done, and Savannah and Berry Hill are the next thing.
Okay.
In which case, what happens is we are now moving to theirs to start doing all the curb work, everything we needed to be prepped to have it released for paving. And in this case, Savannah Drive has got those two concrete.
I know them well.
they
Yeah.
kill my
They're rough on the fire truck.
Right.
They're serious
So,
too.
and so that's why we're coming up, so we need to go up and, our recommendation is that we take them out and do that, so we need to go up and do the prep work so that, when Outer and Sellers is done and we've got the money available, we're ready for them to move up to Savannah.
I mean, Alan, are you going to miss them?
Oh, I'm,
That's what I thought.
I wish this had happened 25 years, 30 years ago.
I figured you'd go out there and help.
But I was just wondering how come all of a sudden, but
The street, and one thing about that street that I've always thought was kind of interesting is the way that it was laid out. It makes a giant U coming off of Rosasco there. And if you look at the, I guess the eastern entrance to the neighborhood, it's got a little island there where it looks like at one time somebody might have planted some flowers. There's a couple trees there. But if you look at the western entrance of it, there's nothing there. When we repave it, would it be possible to create a small island there so that we could maybe do some flowers or something nice to spruce up the entrance to the neighborhood?
We could probably look at that.
I'm not sure why
Yeah.
whoever developed that didn't include that at all, but it kind of looks like off base. Who's that? Wesley Jones? Oh, yeah, okay.
Right.
I don't know if you have a picture of it.
But, I gotta show it to you
He's
guys.
gotta drag it
I'm
over.
over here looking at it like everybody's happy with what I'm doing.
Maybe it used to be one way. You have to
Right.
enter. No.
But
One
there,
way.
like I said, there's a speed bump. I think the other one is a little farther down here. The only reason we come up looking as to why these two were put in, none on the other end, none anywhere else, would be that, we used to have that pocket park right down here.
Right.
It may have been to slow down for the park. But we have basically eliminated that.
And those
that
are the only
pocket park.
places in the city of Milton where you'll see a speed bump.
Correct.
That's it.
well, yeah, Cedar Street has the dip.
Yeah,
the
it's
dip.
That's not a bump.
You'll still hit your head in a fire truck.
Okay. Alan speaking from experience.
Right.
All right, so, but with the current issue at hand, of course, the council, the staff recommends removing those speed bumps. So with that objection, we'll allow them to proceed. With that recommendation, move that on to the executive committee meeting. We have item 834, the fire service assessment for parcel 34-N2, yada, yada, yada. The subject parcel has a parcel ID but cannot be found on the county parcel maps. the owner needs to have a title search to verify ownership. So Brian, you want to give us a little background on that for people that
Yes, sir. When you download a list of the parcels inside the city of Milton from the property appraiser's database, it includes this property ID, and it's like a 4-acre parcel. And this lady has a deed for it, you know, that was signed by her father, given to her father many, many, many years ago. They've had it for years. But the thing is, it never has been assessed taxes. But the bottom line was, when we assessed the fire service, she got a bill, and she came in and said, well, I'm willing to pay him a bill, but we couldn't. But when we looked it up, it's not on the parcel maps anywhere. Everywhere, when you look at the deed, you can kind of narrow it down to an area. All of the property in the area is covered by other lots or parcels that have a separate parcel ID and that are all covered by the fire service assessment, but we can't find this parcel. It's not anywhere. The ID is here, but on the parcel maps, it's nowhere on the ID. So what we'd like to do, because this lady is, hey, I've got this, I've got a deed for it. If I don't pay this, it'll get on the tax, you know, it could get thing for a tax lien. So what we'd like to do is recommend that we suspend this lady's fire system, because we can't find the parcel, and all of the land that we know of is being assessed a separate fire assessment fee. And really, what she needs to do is go get a title search done on her deed to find out whether some point 20 years after her father acquired it, that it got sold off and and got recorded somewhere else. They didn't get a copy of it, that their deed may not be any good anymore. But she needs to really go do that.
Where's this piece of property supposed to be located?
It's supposed to, right up here. Yeah, right up here. Yeah.
All right. Well, staff recommends suspending the fire service assessment for parcel until title ownership issues can be worked out, as Brian just described. Without objection, we'll move that to executive committee.
No, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
You know,
Objection.
all of Sherman Street is not in the city.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But her parcel, that parcel ID, when you download the data, it goes as queued to being inside the city. So that's why she ends up on our list to get in a bill.
I know that something happened to that years ago. I just can't remember right now. I'll think of it later.
All right.
Okay. So without objection, move that on. We have item 836, the event for the 2018 Glow Run 5K. And of course, an individual application was submitted to hold the 2018 Glow Run 5K on April 28th. Staff recommends approval of the event application as presented. And without objection, we'll move that on to executive committee meeting. Moving on, we have item 838, the commercial sanitation RFP, bid summary and discussion of sanitation franchise. And of course, Brian, do you have some more information on this to present to council?
Yes, sir.
Okay, as you recall, you all approved for us to issue a request for proposal for commercial sanitation franchise. That was based on some evaluation that staff conducted to determine the feasibility of doing so. We looked at our data in-house at one time and had determined that might be better serve our interests and our customers' interests by doing so.
If I can, George, part of it too was, as we went through this budget year, you know, this year there was no transfer from the sanitation, so we were looking at ways that we might be able to deal with sanitation, because it's coming up. We know we have to recapitalize dumpsters, trucks, all that sort of stuff that in the past has not been part of the budgetary process on that. So we're really trying to look at sanitation to run it as a business and be standalone, independent operation within the city. And that was one of the things was like, hey, we might be able to save some money from the city by outsourcing the commercial thing. And if people can get as the same or a cheaper rate by us outsourcing, and it reduce our possibilities, then we could make sure that at that point sanitation was, fiscally sound and be able to move forward.
We can't see the total of the
Yeah, we'll show you that. But what we used is the 2017 audited financials for the city, and you'll see those in front of you there, the total revenues, and I'll collapse in a moment and show you the expenses as well. But bottom line, if you look, it didn't paint a pretty picture for us. We aren't bringing in enough revenue to adequately capitalize the franchise, to replace our trucks and equipment, with the expenses totaling $1.2 million and revenue at we're essentially breaking even. That's what you're looking. When we then dive in and try to look at expenses by commercial and residential areas, you will see that commercial is actually supporting itself and clearing a little bit, and residential is really losing approximately $4,000. Diving in a little further and looking at the RFP that we received, you will look at Waste Pro offered to provide that service at a cost that is 13% higher than what we're currently charging our customers. Waste Management was 36% higher. So if we would simply charge market rates, we could probably keep our commercial franchise afloat as well. Likewise, on the residential side, you look at what we're charging and compare it to ECUA. ECUA just recently went through a price increase, and the cost to service our customers is about $17.50 a month. We weren't charging. Okay.
About $16.60, I think.
$16.60. So it's just a no-brainer that we've got to increase our prices to make it viable, and you provide sanitation or otherwise get out of the business. So what we're recommending here, look, if we increase our residential prices equivalent to the lowest price being offered by service providers outside, then it will generate $55,000 a year in additional revenues on the commercial franchise, which is already clearing some money, but not enough to capitalize it at. If we do the same, increase our residential prices to match those of ECUA, which is approximately 14%, it will generate about $103,000. So overall, you're looking at $158,000 a year that it would generate to capitalize the sanitation franchise and allow us to set enough proceeds aside to buy new trucks.
Right.
George, right. I was going to just ask George, what's the bottom line for residential with the 14.1%?
Well, with the increase that you see there, the rates would
Per can and per home.
per home, the rates would go from $16.69 that they're paying now up to $19.16.
14% is a big jump.
That's a big jump. But the bottom line is, when you look at it, if we are going to be in the sanitation business, the one thing that we have not done in the past, is capitalize our operation like we should. We really should be buying a front load truck about every 5 years. We need 2 front load trucks to run our operation, and we need 4 side loaders to run our operation. So each of these trucks cost between $200,000 and $250,000 a piece. So really, you're looking at is we need to generate at least $50,000 a year. We need to put at least $50,000 a year into the commercial side to get that from the commercial side, just so that every 5 years we can basically buy one truck. And that'll keep us with our operation recapitalized there. And then on the residential side, we really need to be buying a truck about every 2.5 to 3 years to keep that cycle running, because we need 4 of those trucks. And in which case that you're going to have to buy them faster. So if you're getting about 80 grand or so per year in 3 years, you'd probably be able to buy one of those. So what we looking at here is, this is just if we raised up our prices to what the market would charge to people, we could do that. Now, we may be able to go back in and tweak these down a little bit to get, look and say, if we're going to do this, instead of going up 14%, maybe we can go up 12% or 11% and still generate the money we're looking at. But the bottom line is, when it comes down to it, is if we're going to run our sanitation operation, you know, we are going to have to raise rates. There's just no doubt about it.
Does that include the cost in your estimate there for the recycle service for residential houses that we offer?
Residential recycling is its own deal, has its own charge.
Okay.
And
So
really separate.
Not including that. Is it possible for the executive, could you give us comparables to what maybe Crestview or perhaps Fort Walton or Gulf Breeze is charging and their rates?
I'm sure we could take a look at it.
Just to see what other cities are doing in the area, comparable cities. Pensacola maybe. Are doing.
I have a question too, whenever.
So if I understand correct, we would go from, just if we go with that guideline, from 1660 to 19.
Correct. I mean, that's just, 19 will give you the 103,000.
So less than $3 on the.
Well, I also think, I have to go back and look. I don't think we've raised our rates in probably 5 years.
So my question is, every year you go through and we decide about price of gas and water, and have we been asleep on the price of the trash pickup?
Your residential rates have increased to reflect landfill tipping.
That's correct. Landfill tipping fees, correct. But not the collection side.
But I mean,
I would not say asleep at that. We have been trying to keep costs down. In particular, when it came up, we were looking at it, was when the county went and franchised out the north end of the county to ECUA. When they came back, they were originally charging less than we were when they first started that, less than we were for probably arguably providing more service at a smaller price. So at that point, we really went to, hey, we need to try to squeeze every nickel we can out of this thing every way we can to hold our price down, so that we're not just getting everybody in town going, hey, I just want to go pay, I'd rather pay ECUA and get to it. So.
What does ECUA charge?
That's the
57.47 a quarter, 1960.
Yeah, right.
Is that a 2-day pickup per week?
Mm-hmm.
What if we go back 1 day pickup?
Well, you could.
Most people, I know I have recycle and the other.
Mm-hmm.
Other people might need to, but I have maybe a half a, and it's picked up twice a week. I wonder if that would work.
We have
save money that way.
We have looked into that in the past. I think probably on a couple of occasions since I've been here. We would always struggle to do sanitation. That was one of the first things everybody go to. Well, let's go to once a week. And every time we kind of let that out there, we get notified, or everybody really seems upset about that. Well, it's just one of those that they just don't want to see that, because the first question you get from that is, well, then are you going to cut my rate in half?
Right. Well, I think this is an issue that it's going to take a lot more reflection, a lot more decisions, and looking at the numbers and that sort of thing. Maybe comparing other cities and that sort of thing. What I would recommend on this is that we continue this in committee next month and come back and maybe have a little bit more sound decision.
I don't have a problem with continued discussion. The one thing that I would like to get and do out of here is, and I think Georgia will get it, is I'd like to be able to go ahead and notify the bidders for our a commercial pickup, that we're going to reject all bids and not do it, because we need to get them
All
off
right.
the hook.
Without objection, we will send a letter out to notify the bidders that we've rejected all bids without objection. Okay, that moves. And without any objection from the council, let's continue this in committee in the February Committee of the Whole, and we'll pick up.
I'd say if anybody, we can, if you want to come and talk about it, we can come talk about it. We'll try to generate more information to try that. We'll try to fine tune the numbers as best we can. But, the bills are the bills.
Well, yeah, I mean, for some it may not seem like a whole lot for $3, but some on a fixed
Yes.
income, that is a lot of money.
Yes.
If you multiply it over a course of a year. So anytime that you raise rates, you're definitely impacting people. Plus, you look at it from the city side. I'm not a fan of outsourcing. I know what that can do. In some cases, sometimes it can be good, but in this situation, we've always had great service with the city of Milton, our sanitation department, and they always have a high standard, and so I think that people enjoy that. But we'll move this on to the next committee of the whole in February. All right.
Mr. Mayor, if we can, we have one other
Sure.
part of the deal. There's one thing that I think we would like to get you to take action on too immediately is, of the services we do provide, several years ago, the county used to do recycling pickup. They did a commercial recycling operation where they would drive around the businesses, pick it up, and take it out to the recycling bin at the landfill. And then they got out of the business, and we said, hey, we'll pick it up and do that. And we picked up that commercial recycling operation for the businesses locally. And then we took it out to the landfill. And it used to be they didn't charge you. We could take it over to the transfer station, drop it off, didn't, nothing. But what has happened now is the county has now treating recycling materials exact same way they treat Class A garbage. So we go around, even our commercial, our residential recycling, they charge us $32 a ton to get across the scales with that, to take it over the transfer station so they can give it to ECUA and go out. Now, we have continued the commercial recycling. Bottom line is, we don't charge a dime for that. And it is a very manpower intensive, time intensive deal, and we're paying $32 a ton for it to get across the scale. So in any case, what we'd like to do is basically notify them that we are going to cease the commercial recycling operation. And then, and I think from that standpoint, if they want to go out to somebody else and get a recycling contract, we can work through that and see if we can work out a way to provide them to, allow people to come in and do that. But the bottom line is that's another one that is really just killing us.
Could you give the council a list of the companies that use that service?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, if you could do that, and have the council please take a look at that, and like I said, we'll pick this up in the committee of the whole next month. On we go.
All right, so
you wanted action on that?
Yes, I mean, like I said, that's one that it's killing us. So we either got to start charging for it, we got to stop doing it, something's got to give on that.
Is there a problem with us charging for it? Notifying those that we've been servicing and say, hey, it's either pay or it's stopped?
I think we could develop a scale for it.
Do you have a number, what it would cost?
Well, we could. I'm just looking at it as when we pick it up and we cross the scales, we're getting charged the rates in place the county has now. So we had to develop some kind of fee structure.
Sure.
At the end of the
Rates
day.
and labor.
Yeah. The entire thing, at the end of the day, they could increase their container size and go. We all want to support recycling.
Right.
But coming up with a rate, we'd have to start tracking weight by location or something back into a price that would cover our costs.
So you're wanting us to approve you telling the businesses that we're going to do something, that something's going to happen?
Yes.
I'm telling you, we'd like to terminate it.
Okay.
If you'd rather us develop a pay scale and start charging them, George and I will work by the executive committee. We will say, okay, if you want to keep it and charge for it, this is what we need to charge, but don't we need to just,
I think that's a good idea, and then we can get feedback from them.
How many businesses are we talking about?
pull it up.
Okay, let me open this file here. There's I can drag it over. Margin about 34 accounts. See the names?
I guess we would have a fee depending if they all stayed or if it'd go up I mean, trying to fine tune that a little bit would.
Yeah. So the courthouse is, we have to pay for the fee?
Yeah, we go to the county, pick up their recycling.
And get charged.
For nothing, and then they charge us 32 bucks a ton to take it to the landfill.
What?
That's
We figure out how to get you to work and pay us.
Can I get my grandchildren on the phone to talk to y'all about this? 11.
So you can see our issues.
All right. Well, council, we can end the service, or we can work out something to charge them something on this. We understand.
I think any action that we take today would be moving it to executive anyway, so.
Right.
So if you'd like to move it to executive, what George and I will do, we'll try to develop some sort of a fee scale.
All right.
That, hey, if we're going to charge for it, this is what we'll pay.
So without objection, we'll move it to executive, looking at a potential fee scale on that. Thank you. Item 839, we have Russell Harbor Landing erosion, ERP permitting the southern site and development for information, and you should have some information in your packet on that. Brian, you got a little background on that for those that don't know?
Never cut the trees down when they put the park. Road.
I don't know why I'm locking up. This is the ERP permit.
Back at
All right, I got it.
Savannah.
This is over on the road leading to the outer end of Russell Harbor Landing. Right here. What we're looking for is that on several sections along the road right here, you'll see these areas where we've already had to go in and put in these little walls right here to stop where the road had been collapsing. The wave action had come in and eroding it away and doing that. And now we're getting here, as you can actually see a little bit here where it's already started. Now, this one was taken 4 years ago. These sections are already starting to erode away, and we're already starting to get sections of the roadway that are collapsing are going to collapse into the river. What we're looking at, and we have worked through southern site, do that to get whether we have to do an environmental resource permitting, but we're working with the EP. What we're looking to do is we want to come in and rip wrap these sections right here. I think we're allowed for this section up to 100 feet of rip wrap in there per DEP's regulation. But we need to do something to stabilize these sections of the road, or the road's going to be in the river. Problem we have here is once you get over about right here, we don't have access to anything over there. That's private property, and we can't like move the road over, do anything else. There's no other way to do that. But there are several sections up here. That might be, there's another one right there. You can see where we've already had to patch and repack this section of the road right here. So there's 2 or 3 of these down here where you can see we've had to do that. There's another one right there. And what we'd like to do is come in and rip wrap in front of these.
That's right. In the long term, you have a rendering for breakwater or
Right.
boardwalk.
We have a project that we've been working with Southern Site that would come back and allow us to put a breakwater end out there. Actually, it would be like a little boardwalk with some baffles and things in there. That project has been submitted to the Restore projects to get funding for that, but it would allow us to protect these sections, and then we could stabilize the other ones and do, non-riprap. We could do natural ways to protect the shoreline on the other sections of it. But right now, we've got an issue where the road is basically fallen into the river, and we need to do something.
Mitigation.
Right.
Have y'all thought about seawall?
We at that pace, it would probably, at that point, we would have to go through a full environmental resource permitting deal. I think right now what we're looking at is what is the cheapest and least expensive and the quickest way that we can stabilize this without costing us a lot of money.
But I'm saying for future reference, go ahead and put the riffraff down again, and if we're going to put a beautiful walk through there, then maybe the seawall could go up underneath that or something, I don't know.
Yes, ma'am. That is kind of part of, I think, their Southern Sight's plan would be kind of like the Riverwalk, get a little bit out, and then you can put baffles down under that to stop the wave action,
right,
which reduces the shoreline erosion.
So putting big rocks in front, wouldn't that serve the same purpose?
That's what we're asking to do
To
in
do.
these
Oh,
locations.
That's
Riprap.
basically what
Okay,
we're
I don't
asking
know
to
what
do.
the word, okay, that's
Yeah,
what I'm trying.
and
riprap.
then eventually what you probably do when you put the permanent structure in front of it is you pull those out
Yes.
and allow the natural fill.
No, we are talking about using rock instead of concrete, right?
Yeah, you have to
Right.
use a rock that is spec'd by
Right.
FP.
Aesthetically pleasing.
Right.
That's concrete. We don't want that. I hear about that all the time.
All right. So, and of course, later on, once you get moving further than this, you'll give us a cost.
Yes.
Okay. Right now, you just, do you need us to push this forward?
Yes,
or-
sir. We'd like you to move it forward and so that we can.
All right. Without
Get on with
objection,
it.
we'll move this to the executive committee meeting.
Oh, we're talking about this, or may I say one?
Yes, ma'am.
We had some time back, I'd still like to see a boat ramp, boat launch after Floyd High Note.
Okay.
Well, the current boat launch doesn't have a name, so we can name that one.
I know, and we had said, well, maybe we can do it at Russell Harbor Landing.
All right.
So maybe we can do that
Well,
one.
make a motion.
Well, go ahead, but I want to make one for something for Clayton White too, because we've never done anything for Clayton at all. We didn't we at least planted a tree, correct, for Lloyd?
We do need to get a tree
We've
out there.
done nothing for Clayton.
for Clayton.
All right. Well, want to make a motion? Yeah. I don't. Was Clayton a big time fisherman like Lloyd? We know that Lloyd fished, so that would be appropriate to do that.
Had a camp on the river.
He was also 20-something years president of the local bass association and all that. So I'd support that if that motion was made also. But I definitely agree with you that something for Clayton needs to be made as.
Well, I just wasn't aware that anything hadn't been done. I'm sorry, Barbara, what?
Does anything have to be done for him? Does he need a name on a plaque to say, I, Clayton White, or whomever worked this many years in the county of Santa Rosa, Milton?
No, it's not a plaque, Barbara, it's just little.
Not necessarily, but.
Do it just
Yeah.
Well, he would,
And they all served, and of course, for the millions of people watching at home, we have someone talking from the audience about whether or
I
not
was about
we
to say, doesn't she need to come up here?
Yeah,
and
she needs to
speak?
come. But she's microphone if you need to. But she's basically saying for all the people listening at home that does he need one just because he served, and it brings up a valid point as well. Alan, of course, we've all had great relationships with both men, and definitely both want to see them remembered. And so, I think we can find things for both of them. We did plant a tree for Clayton.
Not yet.
Not yet, Alan. Actually, we're going to name a fire truck after you. But anyway, then of course the sewer plant after. Ricky High Note's getting the sewer plant. No, we can definitely do it if you want. Let us know whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
Well, then make the motion.
Not have to be forwarded to executive. I make a motion that we vote one of the boat launches at Russell Harbor Landing be named Lord High Note Boat Launch.
All right, and do we have a second?
Yes, second.
Second from Councilwoman Smith. Motion was made by Councilwoman Holly. Okay, discussion. Now, there's one dock to stand on. So is there two launches? Is that considered two launches, one on each side, or is it all just considered one launch?
One.
It's one launch. All right, so it's the only launch we can pick from at Russell Harbor Landing. And so,
what does?
like a plaque or something of that nature, we'll figure it out.
Of just something simple. Doesn't have to be a big plaque on a monument.
I think a sign just addressing that it's, Lord High Note,
We have got
launch or something.
we have got the informational kiosk over there that talks about the boating safety zones and things like that. We might be able to put something across the top of it that says Lloyd High Note Boat.
Yeah.
Great idea.
That's fine.
All right. So, any other discussion? Seeing there is none, please vote.
Darren?
Yeah, vote. Oh.
Mashed again.
Okay, it's unanimous. All right. So we'll bring more information on that at the executive. If you want to think about it, Sharon, and if you have any other ideas. All right, on page 9 of 18, we have item 840, policies for review. We have the new employee facts. We also have the sick leave donations for the care of a family member and short-term disability. These are for information. You have these 3 policies in your packet. Let you know now, please take them home and read over them because they will be brought up again at the February Committee of the Whole. So you have about a month to kind of digest that, and we'll come back in February for a discussion on those specific items. We have now we're on page 10. We have item 841, Docks Courtyard Cafe. Description of the incentive agreement on Docks Courtyard Cafe is attached, and of course, now the city staff has been working on this. And what is the latest from Mr. Rinaldi?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. Rinaldi has closed Docks Courtyard Cafe approximately 60 days ago. Thus, the employment that was identified as part of his incentive agreement is no longer present. The appreciation in property value that was also part of the basis for the extension of those incentives also did not materialize to the extent that the agreement identified. The value of those incentives is $43,000 worth of essentially abatement of the cost of the impact fees that otherwise would have been required. Now, of note is the fact that he no longer has an impact on our system as the operation has ceased. It would be staff's recommendation that you no longer credit the establishment with the impact fee that you in the past have as part of this agreement, and that if any new enterprise is established, it be required to pay those impact fees as it should.
All right. So you have the information before you. Any questions?
So there's no penalty for him for this?
There isn't a penalty for him for this. Within the agreement, you could go after him for the incentives, but in doing so, the default would be if the employment or the appreciation did not materialize, you could require him to repay the amount of the incentive over time. That's what the agreement called for. But right now, he doesn't have an impact on the system. Therefore, there really isn't a recourse outside of requiring him to pay you for something that he is no longer doing. He does not impact the system at this point in time.
Is that you've just described, that described in the original agreement?
It is.
All right, so basically, with him folding up shop there on Willing Street, you're just following protocol to the agreement.
I think, Mr. Mayor, the agreement calls for if he fails to meet the terms of the agreement, that he owes us the money. In this case, the agreement was written such that somebody would be in business and stay in business, and if he didn't meet the quota, he's still there, still working, still making money, still doing that, but he didn't meet the level of
employment or appreciation
that we look for, then he was still. Now, what we did anticipate was somebody, that we did not write in there, was somebody basically closing their business and leaving.
Right, but you just said that was covered in the agreement in case that happened. Was it?
No.
What the manager has described is covered. The closing the business and leaving is not.
So what we're saying is, or what we're looking to do is, we think, that we don't want to go hunt down some guy who closed his business and whose business failed and tell him you owe me, 20 grand, to say because he no longer has an impact on the system, he's gone, he's not using the water and wastewater services anymore. It's like, okay, but what happens is normally if somebody was to come in, get an incentive, not pay for this, but do what he was supposed to do, we would credit that location with the amount of impact that he would have paid. So now what we're saying is, hey, what we want to say is, let's modify this agreement that he's closed down, that there will be no credit going to that. So if somebody else comes in here, he's like starting from scratch. Or if Doc comes back and reopens, we're going to go, hold a second, agreement's not there. You now,
Now you owe 6.
Now you've got to play the game because we're not getting an agreement with you for because you've already defaulted on one.
I think the important part of that conversation is basically whenever impact fees have been paid on a property, they stay with the property.
That's correct.
So we're trying to make sure that someone else doesn't benefit from the fact that he just closed up shop.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And then they go
And
and
didn't
open
pay
for
for
us.
it.
And didn't pay for it.
Right.
That's correct. We will be paid for future impacts, including future impacts by Mr. Rinaldi.
Right, if he decides to open back up, then needs to pay the impact.
Subject to the impact fees.
So really what needs to happen, I think, here is, number one, we need to close out Mr. Rinaldi's agreement. He has defaulted on that agreement. It needs to close, and we're done with it. So if he comes back to open up again, then it's like, okay, now here's your impact fee.
Of course, had he paid 100% of his impact fees, any future restaurant that would have
That's
wanted.
correct. If he'd paid 100% of it, then that impact would be with that piece of, that parcel ID for as long as it's there working.
Okay, so you need action from this council on this?
Well, I don't think
With
it
the-
should just get by scot-free. I mean, other business owners have had to pay this.
There isn't recourse available within the contract for this type of default. We didn't anticipate someone closing their shop.
So
Maybe we should in the future.
We can
kinda
certainly
what-
incorporate
that's
those
kind of what we're
specifics.
asking for.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not fair to, like I'm saying,
And-
it's just not fair to the other business owners that pay the impact and
Well,
that have paid them and then not worked out, but they don't get a refund.
Well, that's
So-
correct, but it does apply to the property, which increases the value of the property because those impact fees are credited to future activities. They have a value.
Well, this one doesn't, because he hadn't paid nothing.
And well-
That's correct, and that's why
And
they'll
it's-
have to be
it's-
paid in the future.
It's currently no longer putting a stress on the system.
That's correct. It has no impact on the
And so
system.
this sets a precedent if we do this because if somebody wants to come to the city and attempt to revitalize a building or open up a restaurant or something of that nature, and the restaurant fails, most restaurants do, as I understand, their first year in this country, and so they're not left having to pay an enormous fee as they're walking out the door because they went
This,
out of business.
this, Mr. Mayor, members, this would provide you with a potential remedy to those situations.
Right. All right, so, do we have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Snow,
Second.
second Councilman Powell, discussion.
Somebody repeat what the motion is.
Powell?
Motion is just to forward this to the executive committee, which is all we can do in this meeting.
It's basically to cancel Dr. Rinaldi's incentive agreement and to not
credit the property.
Not credit the property
Right.
with
Because
any
we
impact.
had not accounted for a business failing.
Correct.
And to notify Mr. Rinaldi to that extent.
That's correct.
So I do have one other question. So there is an incentive package for other businesses in the area. So with a new business, somebody else that comes up and said they wanted to, of course, he don't have a building there, right? It's just
he has a courtyard.
Courtyard. So it's going to be kind of hard to have a real restaurant or whatever come in there, I guess, without a top.
Well, the bottom line was,
top.
if someone else was to come in and want to do that, they could come in and apply for an incentive package also.
Yep. All right, so we officially took a motion and a second on that. So if there's any more discussion? If there is none, please vote. And the motion passes with 1 nay, and what that'll do is that'll kick it to the executive committee meeting. Next up, we have item 842, that's the Mount Pilgrim African Baptist Church renovations. A description of the renovation schedule and plans has been included in your packet. No action is required at this time, but the timelines for this project are tight. The completion of the work by all parties by the current state deadline will be a challenge. Staff will keep the committee informed of the progress in the coming months. And so we look forward to that, of course, definite treasure of the city of Milton. All right, moving on to page 11. We have item 843, the Milltown Village concept. T&D designs include compact, pedestrian-friendly development with a mix of land uses in a village-type setting. And so I believe you have a presentation.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, members of council, I'm going to, before I get up to go through this presentation briefly, because I understand timelines are tight, I would ask all of you to review the material between now and the executive committee that you have in your possession. This is not an insignificant undertaking on the part of the city and may, over time, require capital expenditures that have a relationship to the significance of what's described here. We're going to go through a brief presentation of what is a development format that I believe works extremely well for an area of the community that we have described in this fashion in the past, but not to this detail. Okay, what you have here is the bird's eye view of the area in question. And the Milltown area has been described in the past as that area between Munson and Berry Hill, the trail to the river. So that's the area that this item addresses. All of the lands from Carpenter's Park to essentially the terminus of the current Riverwalk to the Heritage Trail. Having said that, we'll zoom in on what the potentials are for the properties found along the Blackwater River itself. And what you'll see described in the material you've been provided will show you that what we'd like to propose is that we establish a park strip that extends from the marina to essentially Monroe. The yellow line indicates the area of the floodway. The floodway is a significantly challenging area in which one builds. To do so requires enormous expenditures, and the permitting process is significant. In fact, it becomes almost cost prohibitive when you begin to impede the free flow of water. What we've described in this area is the development of a multi-purpose trail that would run along the river. We've also actually designed and replicated what a river walk would look like in the same area. The facilities you see found here are facilities that would be used for public purposes. They're open air, and actually, here's a depiction of the Riverwalk. If we go zoom into one of these buildings, which really essentially is pier, timber, pole, you can see that they're essentially used for picnic purposes. So that's the type of project that we could undertake within those areas. These are areas for the public to enjoy as they would pass in that park strip that would be located along the river itself. This then would become public land.
It's bike ped.
It's bike ped. It's multi-purpose pathway. The Riverwalk itself, if you're not aware, is about $1,500 a linear foot. That becomes a $6 million project to extend it from a current terminus to the marina. This is far more doable. The property has very little value to the development community, although it has tremendous value to the community. And it's to that end that we would describe what's found there. If we move to the west of there, it's the area that the master plan has historically identified as supporting multi-family residential dwellings. If we move up Broad Street towards those multi-family residential dwellings, you begin to appreciate, and all of this is done to scale, just so you know. These are 12-unit complexes. These are 4-unit complexes. Parking is provided on the first floor. The scale provides up to 3 additional floors. The orientation on the land is not what I would consider ideal, but it's good for the purpose of this conversation. We would like to probably further protect the view shed to the river itself so that the buildings don't become an impediment to the public's enjoyment of that view shed, but that can be accomplished. The lands that are found here lend themselves well to this type of development. It is you've heard the development community say, does commercial follow rooftops or do rooftops follow commercial? We're attempting to establish an area where rooftops can provide the citizens that are required to support the enterprises that are found in downtown, new residents. And you can see that configuration. If we move further west from there to the other side of Broad, we decrease the density that is provided for only marginally, and we also call for the development of 2, 4, 6, 8-plex multifamily dwellings on land that currently is unoccupied or its current use is marginal at best. The streetscape that's developed in this entire area calls for pedestrian pathways, street-scale lighting. It creates the urban-suburban environment that the area provides for. It becomes the new Milltown Village, a village in the community that prior to this existed 50 years ago, but isn't found there today. We also provide for neighborhood commercial. That grocery store.
Are you talking, excuse me, are you talking about Connecticut Street?
We're talking about in the Connecticut Street area, yes. That's an example. That even, we get a little closer, that even is our Milltown grocery with outdoor seating, off-street parking, and that streetscape that the public desires, walkability. From there we move to the other side of Alabama. And between Alabama and the trail, again, we reduce the potential density only slightly. We still provide for duplexes, fourplexes, and multi-floor. We cul-de-sac 2 of the existing roadways. Madison, and Hunt. And we create that village. These roads no longer provide cut-throughs to connectors and collectors in close proximity. They become neighborhood streets. And because we're concerned about public safety and 2 points of access, the right-of-ways exist for these north-south connectors to adjacent streets. It's a wonderful design concept. It's a wonderful build-out format. It would require, as I identified, not insignificant public investment. In the past, we have spoken with this area of the community at great length. At one time, I developed a code that would provide for exactly what's found here. It was referred to as the Milltown Overlay, and the public endorsed it. We held a series of meetings in this room with the property owners from that area. And conceptually, they agreed with what is found here and what ultimately was codified. We have the current zoning to provide for it. The regulatory framework can be developed to ensure that this development format is what is accomplished. The outreach meetings with the public to ensure their continued support can occur. The question then is, where do we go from here? We have some, I mean, for me, this isn't new. For some of you, this isn't new. This is something that's been discussed over a number of years. So the question is, what do we do to stimulate it? We have not been successful at getting the private sector to acquire the property and to build the multifamily dwellings that we envision being the anchor between Broad and the river, or for that matter, between Alabama and Broad. We have attempted to stimulate that interest, but to date it hasn't occurred. One party in recent history who's a known developer, when this was described, took interest. And his name was mentioned earlier in the meeting. There are others in the local community that have described a desire. But the question is, how do we cause the first domino to fall? What actions do we take that will result in an investment that will demonstrate to the market that this is profitable? One of the things that we've talked about is acquiring property in this area. There are a couple of pieces of not insignificant land that we're aware of that could be acquired. There is one that is on the market currently. That's a lot right here. That lot has got a listing value of approximately $100,000. It's almost 2 acres of land. It's riverfront. A personal opinion, it's worth every penny of the asking. That property alone may not support the development format I've described, but we in the past have talked to the adjacent property owner, which would be here. The piece I'm describing is here, about the availability of his parcel, and he put a price on it. We're interested in having a conversation with him as well. What we're looking for...
Those are the two pieces?
Those are the two, well, those aren't entirely the two pieces. Okay. Those are two pieces. There are other parcels that we've had discussions on that are found almost the entire length of the riverfront. And there's one critical piece that, frankly, I'd like to carry on conversations with you on an individual basis. At any rate, the one piece that is on the market currently, I would encourage you to give your consideration for acquisition in the shortest possible period of time. The others, I think we need to engage in continuing conversations with the landowners. And I think that you need to be prepared potentially at some future point to use that land, those pieces, in part or in whole, as an incentive to the private sector to cause that first domino to fall. The market responds to opportunities. We have to demonstrate the opportunities found here, and I believe the market will respond. The first project is the way to achieve that objective. And if we describe to the private sector the format that's found here and the corresponding potential investment on the part of the city in this area to create that village, it's something that they'll believe in, and rightfully so. So I guess our request to you is to ask that first you authorize the manager to engage those conversations potentially with those landowners, that you pass this as a development format forward to the executive committee for continued discussion, that you review the material you're provided and prepare any questions you may have. And if you want to come see me, I'm here 7:30 to 5, 5 days a week, other than when Mr. Lowry comes in at about 3 o'clock on Friday afternoons and asks me while I'm still here. And when he leaves, having been asked that question, I try to find the door. But other than that, I'm around. So come on in, meet with me individually. Call me. I'll meet with you in the evening if need be. If that's what works for you, that's what works for me. Okay?
Why are you looking at me when you said that?
Well,
you already know.
The shoe fit.
If the shoe fits, we're available. So,
Randy, if I might, I think this is kind of I think we've had some in-depth discussions with several people about the Milltown Village concept. I know it's kind of a big pill to swallow, and there's a lot of things that would have to change, and we go through that. I would invite you to come in and talk about it. Now, whether we need to continue this in committee or whatever you do, but push it through. But really what we like is if you kind of either move it forward or do something, just buy off on the concept, which will allow us to start looking at the things that we might be able to do. How much is it going to cost me to cul-de-sac those roads? How much is it going to cost me to put that in there? So we can start, we know that we have council's buy-in on the concept, so now we can start looking at what the costs are going to be to pull this thing off. And any changes we might make, because really what we're looking at here is to get to that high-density level residential / commercial, multi-purpose living that will support a vibrant downtown district. And by doing that, this is an opportunity for us to, to get going. So if we can get you to buy off on the concept, that will open a few doors for us, allow us to have conversations with other people, developers and things like that, knowing that at least the concept here. A lot of this, it's not set in stone, it'll change, it'll adjust, but.
I make a motion that the council approves it conceptually and allows staff to go ahead and start their analysis process, get back with city council.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second from who?
Give it to Ms.
Councilman
Johnson.
All right, discussion.
I've already seen this concept, and since my house happens to be one of those streets that's going to get closed off, I can just tell you, I love it. Mike hates it. So it's going to be one of those things where Madison no longer comes out to Stewart Street. It becomes a little cul-de-sac with walkability right there at the trail. I love it. And he's like, ah. I was like, you don't drive anyway. Shut up. He doesn't drive anymore.
And this may be a crazy question, but will any buildings or houses be torn down in the, yes?
Yes,
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
what it would do, it would open up the opportunity for redevelopment of some of the areas. Some of the houses can stay, they can be just like they are, nothing that says they have to leave, they have to sell their property, they have to do anything. Now, there might be, particularly when you go down to do the cul-de-sacing of roads, now that might be where we have to get some land acquisition, some right-of-way acquisition to do that. Might take up some people's yards and things like that. But, it's not going to say, hey, as soon as we do this, oh, you've got to sell your house and you have to leave. No, you don't. But it would set up the opportunity for people to acquire property, redevelop their own property if they want to, and move forward.
I guess I was just questioning the apartment complex on Broad Street.
Mm-hmm.
These are just concepts. The
Concepts.
Okay.
location is to be determined.
Okay,
That's correct.
thank you.
My final comments would be, we've got new software some time ago. We have a new employee some time ago. As a result, we have new capabilities. We can do this. Let us know what you want to see there. We can put it there, and we can put it in such a way that you can see it. You can fly over it. You can drive up to it. You can see it. So I want to thank Jenny for her work.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
I was going to say, if you haven't seen the pit, it's well worth seeing it. I mean, they probably started with me because I'm the hardest sell, and that's my neighborhood, and I have a big mouth. I mean, I admit all of the above. So it's pretty exciting, and I have lived in a couple of places that have already been regentrified, both Tallahassee and Virginia Beach. So I've seen it happen, and I've seen it work, and of course, you know, money's no object here in Milton, so I'm just saying it's a fabulous concept, and
Let's get it going.
I'm not sure I'll be here to see it, but I really like it.
My last thing, Mr. Mayor, if I could, is it's Pam Haddon's birthday today. Thank you.
Yay!
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. I do like the concept, and I spoke with Randy about it a little bit already as well. And I like the way the streets are cul-de-saced off. I think that you're right, Peggy, that's going to help further investment and building a period homes in neighborhoods where there's missing teeth right now. The one thing that I'm not completely sold on with this whole concept, I don't like the idea of, well, you know, it goes the old adage, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? And so, you know, I don't like using public dollars to purchase land and to make deals with developers that way. But, you know, I mean, if you look at Pensacola, for example, downtown Pensacola has had enormous success in the past 15 to 20 years, and it really started with development and redevelopment of Palafox. And then, of course, the Wahoo Stadium came in, and now they're starting to really focus on residential housing. The Studer, he talked about that, is the housing development going there where the whole P&J building was. So now, I mean, which way do you go? But I'm not quite sold on purchasing land just yet. I want to look at some more information on that. But we'll see where we go from there. Definitely staff move forward, and you have my blessing to bring us back information, and maybe we can work something out. But
All right, well,
We have a
well,
motion,
number one,
second.
if you're going to approve the concept, then I think you got a motion to do that, but I have got one other question for you after that.
all right.
I think we actually had a motion in a second
Second.
already.
Correct.
Yeah, we have a motion. We have a second. All right.
Mhm.
Yes.
I think it's on my pen. It's a great idea. I love it. But down on the river, Randy, this question is actually for you. During the hurricane, Broad Street was all underwater there. And some of the concepts that you showed us, is those going to be up on pylons?
Yeah, all of the concepts I showed you, everything to the river from Broad are elevated to the
Okay.
base flood floor elevation that the code would require. So they all have parking on the first floor. The finished floor area is what the code requires to be elevated, and that's what's identified.
Because I know during the Ivan time, there was some developer that was talking about coming down and maybe developing down on Broad Street. But that was one of the issues with environmental. They were not going to allow them to come in there. And
Our concepts address that concern.
Okay, great.
All right. Thank you. Any other discussion on this? You have something you need to say, Brian?
Like I say, once you get this one passed, I got one more question.
All right. Please vote. Passed unanimously.
All right. Now, the issue comes forward, I know, just listening to your previous discussion, if we're going to do this, the park strip along the river, the bottom line is, we're going to have to own that land. I mean, we're going to have to own it or control it. You can't do that without having control of that property. What I have done, this piece of property you see right here, this is that piece of property is currently for sale. It is listed on the MLS for $98,000. This piece of property right here, that is basically exactly the same as it, we had appraised 4 years ago for $151,000 as value. This one is listed for $98,000. I actually had our real estate agent inquire about that property, and we can purchase that property for $85,000. My recommendation to you is to jump on that right now.
So moved. Go purchase that for 85.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second, to purchase the item for $85,000. Discussion.
Does that come out of our general fund?
It'll come out of general fund reserves, yes, sir.
I would like to amend, for someone to amend the motion to order an appraisal of the property regardless. I trust what you said about 4 years ago on the property just north, but I just don't, I don't see expending, that's a lot of money in my eyes, and I don't see spending that type of money without having an appraisal on the specific piece of property.
What's the appraisal at the tax assessor's office?
Mr.
Can
Mayor.
you click on it?
Mr. Mayor, Council, if I could you allow the manager to put the property under contract?
I need to get under contract.
That's true.
Yes. I'll put that in a motion.
We have a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just need to-
No one's amended it.
No, we're in discussion right now.
Peggy needs to amend her motion and then,
You want to amend it until you find out what the taxes are on it?
No, if I had understood,
have it under contract.
the amendment would place the land under contract
Yes.
and make the acquisition subject to an appraisal that exceeds the value of the sale.
What's the chance of us getting scooped if that happens?
Contract stops you getting scooped.
Well,
That's
the only
okay.
problem is as long as
For
we can get
certain
it all
monies.
done
It
within the
does.
time frame.
Yeah.
I told him
Okay.
to give us, what he's drafted in the contract now was, I told him I would have to have at least, I think it was 45 and 15 would give us 60 days
Right.
in order to do whatever we need to do.
Ms. Sharp?
That's all I was going to say, a due diligence for any purpose for a
Right.
certain time frame.
All right. Do we have amendment to the original motion? Do we have a motion to amend the original motion?
I'll amend it.
Second.
Second.
Okay, so you amended your original motion, you said, okay. Discussion? Seeing there is none, please vote. And the motion passed. All right, thank you for that. Next up, we have Main Street Milton, item 800 on page 12. Recently, there has been a council inquiry on the status of the Main Street Milton program. Staff has researched the subject and provides the attached information. And this is for discussion to determine direction. And Brian, what did we find out?
If I may
Go
just step in real quick, just give my spiel since it was my inquiry. I actually met with Randy and Brian earlier this week, actually, and kind of went over the information that they've received. And the paper that you all received basically gives you the criteria of which needs to be met, certified with the National Main Street Program. And if you're not familiar with the program, I think it's a very successful and proven program throughout the country. And I think that it's something that, as a city, something that we can really invest in and make work if we do it correctly and follow the guidelines here. We have some thoughts also kind of that we've thrown around on some of the organization and structure. But before we get to that, kind of need to see what support we have on the council as far as moving forward and coming back with the actual information to get this rolling, or how you guys want to proceed.
Well, to be fair, I might as well admit that I was a founding member of Main Street. I've been to several Main Street communities around Florida and in New York and Virginia. It's a terrific program. I've been on the board since I was asked to run and ran because I was afraid of a potential conflict. I pretty much bailed out of almost everything because they were all within the city limits, so I can't do both. I'm still involved with the Heritage Trail, still involved with Main Street. When they, need money for a raffle or whatever, they always call me. They want a cake or my dishes or whatever, so nationally known and really well run. It's operated in Florida out of the Department of State, and good support, and just a really good program for small communities like ours.
I have a question about the $125,000.
Yes, sir.
What do we get for that? I mean, what are we doing with that?
I I think one of the things that we looked at is if the city is going to have a piece of the pie, then we need to make sure that we're buying into the program. So with other programs that have the city as the main focus, or the city is involved, it's more of like a match. So what was given here is an estimate. So if the program was able to get $50,000 membership support, then the city would be kind of expected to meet that as well, as far as being funding for that program. Part of this also is that the city would have to hire a full-time executive director that would run this program, that would answer to whoever you guys determine, but in our initial conversation would be answering to the city manager.
That's not what I understood, how this was supposed to work. I'm sorry, but I thought we were going to hire an employee to work out of the community center that would do half Main Street events and then half bands on the Blackwater, whatever festivals that we have.
Well, one of the things...
This is telling me that we're going to re-up or recreate or the Main Street Milton program and pay for a director. Is that what we're doing?
If I may make a recommendation, and this is something that we talked about with Councilman Powell earlier this week, is that what you look at here, those 10 tenants right there, are the things that you must have in place and functioning in order to be certified by the National Main Street Program. So really what we had talked about looking at is maybe what we need to do if we decide this is something that we want to pursue. Really what we need to do is get all of this working and then get it put together, get everything like we wanted or like it'll work for them, and then we can present it to them to be done. So what I might recommend is that we say, okay, we don't have any structure, we don't have any bylaws, no court of incorporation, any of that sort of stuff. And they have their 4 tenants, and you must have, functioning committees working for each of the 4 tenants. Let's say if the council buys off that, hey, we'd like to move ahead to establish an organization that would be accredited by the National Main Street Program. Let's look at these 10 tenants. Let's, within the structure of the city, like I said, at this point, I'll tell Johnny, let's go ahead and hire the event coordinator. And we'll start using them potentially to do some of the stuff that might be what the executive director of this program would do. We, maybe here as the committee of the whole, act as the organization committee to look at how we would like to see it structured. Who does the executive director work for? Who's the board of directors? Let's write the bylaws. Let's write the articles of incorporation. Let's get it all like we want it. It'll be working and functioning. We'll use the Historic Preservation Board, the RRT, the Festival and Event Committee to do other tenets of this so that we can get it all kind of like we want it or the way we think it would be a functioning. Now, whether we hold on to it internal to the city and we just keep that format and we present that to see if it gets approved as a National Main Street Program, or we have to spin it off somewhere else. But the other portion of it that I think we have to work on is just like the $100,000. Now, number one, I'm telling you, we ain't got $100,000 to be doing that. Now, depending on how we do it, we do probably put enough money in there for the parks event coordinator that if it was to kind of be half and half, we could work through that. But it's also to establish one of the other tenets that it says is to have active, broad-based community support and membership. Is to look at to where let's get it started, let's get it drafted, let's get out into the community, see if we can get businesses and everybody else to kind of come in, knowing that out of that, we're going to have to generate the other $50K that's going to take to operate this thing, either through membership, sponsorship, dues, whatever method we end up working with, we do that. But, from my perception, that to me is let's see if we can get all of the information together, get the structure laid out like we think will work, figure out how it might work within the city or outside the city. And then let's, but I think initially you've got to decide, is this something that you want to do?
We're kind of at a point where we can't really move forward with all of that information because that's going to take staff, going to have to spend the time and effort to come up with all this organization if you guys are going to buy in on it. But that's the reason we wanted to talk about it tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
Sandra Sharp, 3109 Waterview Drive. I think actually originally I'm the person who brought the Main Street program forward to you. There already is an organization by the name of Main Street Milton, and it's a 501c3 organization, as you are aware, and it right now was given a 90-day period. Wasn't that December? And this is the information that you have is what came out of that email that I sent to Ronnie Wood. Randy and I had met, I think maybe it was November, and we were supposed to meet and talk about this type of structure, and basically that didn't really move forward. So I went to Jeff, and then I know you got involved as well. So I think you're at a point where there's a current program, Main Street Milton, who has not been, let's say, active with the state. So it has 90 days to become active. Otherwise, it goes into an inactive status until it meets, this criteria. What's important to me is that Milton remain a Florida Main Street community. That's my number one thing. So whatever you decide or however you decide to, handle it, that's up to you. Like I said, there is an organization, and it's not going anywhere, called Main Street Milton, and so you can either work with that organization, which is already set up, which would require basically almost a new board and new people involved and all of that, or you can, start from scratch. Typically, the way that it worked was the nonprofit was separate from the city, and in my conversations with Randy and Ronnie Wood, the state coordinator, we talked about modeling it after what other similar communities have done. And in fact, Ronnie in the next couple of days will be sending up. What did you ever get those agreements, examples from Ronnie?
We have material that Ronnie has provided to us in addition to our own research.
But specifically, those written agreements between some Main Street nonprofits and with the city?
I have examples of those relationships.
Okay, good. We had talked about getting those in the past, and I couldn't find my copies. But anyway, other cities have, in the past, had similar conflicts, that Milton has had. Stuart, Florida is one in particular, and they basically entered into written agreements between their Main Street program and the city of Milton. And what you typically find is with the city funding and, of course, the grants through that organization, a lot of times they have shared the executive director as partially definitely a city employee, but they usually spent part of their time as a CRA director and the rest as a program manager. Please go to the Florida Main Street and educate yourself. This is a lot more than events. And a lot of that is, outlined.
Is there a difference in the Florida Main Street and the National Main Street?
Yeah, the Main Street Milton basically was a Florida Main Street community, but at certain times it had the national recognition. So at this point, really you're looking at the Florida Main Street program, which can be nationally recognized when you meet all of the criteria. The biggest thing, like any organization like this, typically is a lack of funding. And in most cases, that's what helps them be successful, is when they have good partnerships, with their city, for the funding.
Would using our local Main Street fast track what we're trying to do?
The process is the same, and besides the fact that we've talked to the only board member that has the ability to do it, and she is not going to bring it current.
Are you talking about Connie Clark?
Yeah, we've had several conversations with her, and she's
not. Unfortunately, she's not the only board member, and she's not the only officer, so you probably haven't been talking exactly to the right person. Sharon Henderson is the vice president of the organization, and I have brought her into the loop with the the emails and such, so.
Well, I mean, either way, I mean, we can either make it a long, drawn-out process or not move forward, however you guys want to do it.
Oh, that's why I mentioned the nonprofit. I mean, it is there, it already exists. It needs to be, in a sense, with people, it needs new people injected into it. It needs new membership and it needs new people.
Cassandra,
So-
maybe a new to the council, what is the benefit of the Main Street program? Like, can you explain that a little bit in more detail? Like what?
Economic development and historic preservation. I
Okay.
mean, in a nutshell. That is pretty much the focus of it. It really helps in both of those sectors. Their overall focus is on revitalization of downtowns. So basically, a Main Street program for Milton is pretty much your same program area as your historic district and your CRAs. So
Okay.
it does involve events and promotions and dealing with your business community, retail marketing strategies. We used to have the facade improvement program. I mean, there's a lot, but
Okay.
in a nutshell, its focus is historic preservation and economic development.
I mean, I think with us bringing up the Milltown Plaza or
Absolutely.
and then this,
Yeah,
I think that
they fit hand in hand.
Exactly, yeah.
And all I'm offering is I think that you have some people that are still with the nonprofit Main Street Milton that would be willing to work with the city. But what's important to me is that you carry forward the Main Street program. I don't care if you put it totally under the city's umbrella or work with that nonprofit, because it's already in place with Main Street Milton. So you, as Pat likes to say, let's not reinvent the wheel. It's there, and I think if you were talking to Main Street Milton collectively for who's there, as you know, Sammy Carroll passed, and she was the president. So if you wanted to work with that organization, it'll have to have an injection as well, but you won't be starting from scratch, writing bylaws and doing all of that. I think you could come to some agreements with them. But anyway, thanks for considering
Thank
it,
you.
because I think it's very important for our downtown to maintain the status of a Main Street community.
Can we ask staff to talk with the vice president and get back to us, see where that goes for executive, or I'm just throwing ideas out there. I mean, if we can.
You can instruct staff to take whatever action you
Yeah,
feel is
right.
appropriate, and we'll follow that direction. I will say, as it relates to reinventing the wheel, in this case, I would encourage council to do just that. The existing program has approximately 55 days before the state will sunset the organization. It has not been without its controversy within the community historically, and I'm not telling you anything you're not aware of. I believe to be successful at this endeavor, you will need to approach the establishment of this program in a new way. And I think we're prepared to outline to you what that way may in fact be. It would be a public process with public involvement and public participation. And I think that that's probably the only way that this program can be successful within the community. We'll follow whatever direction you provide, but that would be my concerted opinion.
Teresa Messick, 6830 Pine Street. I served on Main Street Milton years. When I left, I was the treasurer. And Jeff, you have mentioned Merrilltown, Georgia, several times. Actually, I've spoke to the lady there. Her name is Ann, in deep detail. And
Where?
Maryville.
Bolton. Georgia?
It's Georgia, yeah. And her name is Ann. And they don't have a Main Street Milton. And I would say no to the existing Main Street Milton. If the city wants to do something like this, actually theirs is called the Downtown Redevelopment, and they're very successful, as other communities in Florida. I say get away from this nonprofit. There's many on that organization that are involved with certain, and if they don't like people, they just get rid of them. It's based on the membership base. If the city is going to do something like this, the city needs to be in total control. New people, and the city hires someone. And you can call that lady back and talk to her yourself, and she will tell you all they do for the city of that area, and it sounds like a really good plan. She was not a big fan of the nonprofit Main Street Milton, as other cities in Florida. We don't have to do that. We can start our own and be strictly under the city so that these many people on this organization, if they didn't like you, they got rid of you. As quickly as we could get volunteers in, they were out the door because certain people that served on this were not very friendly. So, you know, if we're going to do something like this, do your homework. Don't sit here and make a decision like, bam, we're going to do this. Do your homework. Talk to other cities where it's been successful.
If I might say, I think probably one of the other things that I would encourage you to consider is that although when you look at the Florida Main Street programs, they are under the Florida Historical Board, and they talk about redevelopment of downtown historic districts, things like that, is to look at the concept. It's nothing to say that we can't and we could focus on that area, but we'll take a look at the concept and apply it to the city of Milton, to other areas of Milton, Stewart Street, Dogwood, other areas that could use development or redevelopment also, and let's just apply the concept to a broader area than that. Not that we couldn't have a group or a section or someone focusing on the downtown historic district, but, you know, put the structure together so that we are looking at a much broader area.
All right, well, council, what do you want to do? I'm gonna set this one up. We'll put this in the form of a motion to, if somebody wants to make a motion to move it a certain way, either go with the old Main Street or perhaps start with a clean slate. If somebody wants to make a motion, we'll move.
Make a motion that we start with clean slate.
All right.
Second.
Not be a nonprofit. I think it should be if the city's going to have anything to do with it, and we should just do it.
All right, then, well, technically, it would be a nonprofit.
Yeah, let me clarify. No matter what way we do it, it has to be set up as a nonprofit.
City's a nonprofit.
The city would still
No, we
set it
are
up as a
for profit.
nonprofit.
Yeah, it'd be set up as a nonprofit.
Under the city umbrella.
Yeah.
Under the,
All right, and then we got a second from Councilwoman Holly. All right, discussion. Seeing there is none, please vote. And the motion passes with 2 nays. All right. Discussion on that. We have item 819, the Riverfront Redevelopment Team. Council would like to look at the makeup and structure of the RRT. This something we could move to committee of the whole and do you have
If
information
you
on it?
want to continue at committee, that's absolutely fine. That was just something that was brought up at the council meeting that
All right.
was
Was
pushed
anybody,
down the
was
committee.
anybody raring to go on this one tonight? If not, we can continue this in committee in February. Not hearing any objection.
Good question, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
This is what we just voted on, the Main Street program. Will come back to council, right?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Because we voted on it. And of course, even if we didn't vote on it, if we would have just passed it without objection, come back under the consent agenda.
Because the city's already put in about 100,000 to the Main Street Milton program, and
All right, well,
I'll see it
bring all
again.
that with you when you come. So item 771, we have
Get that out of there.
welcome sign at the west side of the city limits. Council asked staff to look into placing a welcome to Milton sign on the
really
west
needs to
side.
be continued in committee, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, we're not ready, okay.
Right.
We'll continue that in the committee as well. We've already talked about item 685, so moving over to page 14 now. We have item 776, Article 16, sign standards and of course prohibited sign, 16-3. The changes result in one having the ability in commercial districts to display this sign type for 4 30-day periods each calendar year. Permit with fee will be required for each item. Of course, I think we discussed this a little bit earlier, and staff recommends determination if the code of ordinances should be amended to provide for these sign types. The Milton Planning Board met on Thursday, December 7th, 2018, and recommended to approve the Unified Development Code amendments pertaining to wind signs. And of course, you should have some information of that in your packet as well. Get a chance to look over it.
Move to approve.
All right, so we have a motion to approve from Councilwoman Smith. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilman Lowry. Discussion.
They spend an inordinate amount of time on the signs and what's allowed and what isn't allowed to be as fair as possible to everyone. And you wouldn't think this was as itchy as it was, but it was.
All right.
And it's done, and I'm glad.
Okay, any other discussion?
I think that's when it's going to make it through the next couple of meetings and become real.
No, he's saying Thursday. They met
It's
on.
like the end of the year.
Okay.
All
We
right,
haven't got there yet, have
thanks
we?
for that. Any other discussion? If there is none, please vote. And the motion passes unanimously. All right. Moving on to Mayor's report. We have item 831, Business Development and Project Report. We're going to move that to the Committee of the Whole in February.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, that is really just, there's a report you had brought up about wanting to see which projects were thing, a new business report.
And I saw where you included that in
And that's
the
what we did.
packet.
This is
Okay.
just an information item included in your packet. You want to look over it, and if you got a question, give us a call.
All right.
But that was just our shot at showing it. If this is okay with you,
Yeah.
just then let us know.
That's what we discussed. Keep doing that. And of course, if Randy ever wants to present on that, he can as well.
And basically, this will just come back to you every month. You'll get a new one of these back.
Sure, absolutely. Moving on to page 15, we have the item 828, the outdoor basketball court at the Guy Thompson Community Center. Outdoor basketball courts are part of the Milton Sportsplex Master Plan, and of course, the Milton Master Plan. The master plan shows the courts in the northeast corner of the Sportsplex. I don't know if you have a map of it. Staff would like a detailed plan for the courts, including parking, stormwater lighting, and other items to complete the park. Jeff, you're the parks chair. Do you have any input on this?
Well, the necessity of it, for one, I think we're, hold on, let me read it. I think we're finishing up on some other grants, is that right?
Right, we've got the two FERDAPs, the Lucille Johnson Park, that's a FERDAP we just cleaned up. We've got one more going at Carpenter's Park, we're getting cleaned up. This is one we could really make application. What'll end up being is probably going to be more costly. Those FERDAPs are $50,000. Mostly with FERDAP grants, if you're $50,000 and below, it's a non-match grant. They just give you $50K and you go for it. Anything above that, start getting into a match that goes with it. So in this case, you're probably going to be well over $50,000 when we do that. Probably from looking at this, Councilman Snow brought up that he wanted to bring it up here. Really, if we're going to look at pushing this to a potential FERDAP grant, we really need to spend some money and get looking at it. I need to get some engineers looking at the stormwater impacts of this, how we might design it into the, there's going to have to be some cut and fill and grading on that thing because it's not flat and things like that. So really, if you want to push the concept, or if you want us to move this up and say this should be one of the first things that we build up there, then really, if you're okay with it, if you want to approve it now, what we'll do is we will start in the process. I would tell you that if you just want to give us an okay here in committee, continue it in committee, we'll go out and start looking at the cost associated with us doing this and where we might need to go, and if it'll fit into a FERDAP application.
Is there any way that we can wait till we get back something from the Carpenter's Park? I mean, I see a lot of money floating up there at the community center, but I have no idea how much it's going to cost us to do the Carpenter's Park. So can't we just wait?
Would be up to you. I mean, we've got the program with Carpenter's Park.
Spending money here, spending money there, spending money there, but we don't have any idea of what happened after that charrette we had.
They are finishing up their program. We've had a conversation with them. You will probably see within, I think we were looking at like the first or second week in February, them coming back and making a presentation of what the concept from all of the meetings that we held, put it together. There are costs associated with that, and we can do that. So if you'd like to just hold on to this to the February committee, you should already have the Carpenter's Park development, TSW's development program briefed out to you by then.
Or could I ask Councilman Snow just to make a recommendation to push this to committee of the whole?
Are we on a time limit on any of the FERDAP grants or anything?
No, the next, probably the next applicant. You can have 3 open FERDAP grants. We had 3, we closed, we've got 1 closed. We've got the second one will probably closed out on Lucille Johnson Park, and we're closing on that. The FERDAP grant applications generally go in, I think it's July. So we could work that, you know, if we look at this in February and you're okay with it, then we could start working on what we would do to submit the application in July.
So we'd still be good on timing.
Right. I probably think so. We could probably get that done by July, enough to submit the application.
All right, I have no problem with that.
All right, so you want to move this to committees and committee? Okay.
We'll
Without
continue
objection,
in
we'll
committee.
continue this in committee. All right. Item 705, we have the Marina Building Project. The city has funded the development of construction plans for a new marina building and a concept plan for the potential RV park on the marina property. The preliminary drawings for the marina building and the concept plan for the RV park are provided for you and your review and comment. So what do we have here?
Yes, sir. In this case, sir, we have got a meeting scheduled with George and I are trying to set up another meeting to get the engineer and the architect in here, and we're still waiting on when the restore money will be released, and so we're still kind of waiting on everything because we don't know when that money's going to be released.
Right,
so
so we'll
I would say I recommend that we continue that
right.
committee still until we get more information on
Without
that.
objection, we'll do so. Moving on to page 16 now, we have the traffic on Berry Hill Street between Willing and Stewart Street plus whole Berry Hill corridor. Staff has collected data on speeds near the intersection of Berry Hill Road and Conecuh Street. The average speed from December 14th through December 21st, 2017 was 28 miles per hour.
Really?
And of course, I guess some folks, I guess we were talking about a stop sign perhaps there in that neighborhood. What do you think, council?
People are complaining about
All I can tell you is at the end of my alley, when I step out, I better be looking because I'll be run over by them flying out of Whataburger, and I probably pick up 20 Whataburger cups between Madison and here walking on the trail. They just fling them out the window.
I think from the standpoint here, from the staff standpoint, looking at this, normally if we were to pursue some sort of an action, it would be that we're seeing that the traffic speed level is much higher. In this case, what you're looking at here is, you know, I know it may seem like they're driving fast on that road, and you may walk out and get the occasional person that's really zooming by there. But the bottom line is, if you're looking at this data, and I look at the chief and tell you, but it really doesn't lend us to say that we should take action on that road.
All right, well, unless there's any objection from the council.
Well, can I ask a question? How
Chief.
are y'all collecting the data? What were y'all using? I mean, because naturally when you see a big speed limit thing, you slow down. I mean.
We've got a,
Yeah.
we've got a box, we call it a Speed Spy box, that's what the company calls it. It's, you just attach it to one of the street sign poles. It's really something that you're not going to recognize, and that's the purpose of it, because we don't want to change behavior with, you know, advance warning or anything like that. And we place it, you know, on roadways throughout the city, usually on a constant basis, and that's a tool we use to direct or develop our traffic enforcement programs. It will tell us, you know, the amount of cars, the speeds, the average speeds, shows us times whenever the highest amount of speeders are there. And on this particular one, we put it up there for a week. Over 20,000 cars traveled up and down that road. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I think only 9% of those cars were traveling 10 miles an hour or higher. So,
Yeah,
you know, I mean, at that point, that's not a really extreme amount. Now, I can't remember the gentleman's name, but he lives at the end of Alabama and Berry Hill. And but I did, as I told him that night, I did speak with him on the phone. I relayed all this information to him, and I told him that we would still attempt to do, you know, some kind of speed enforcement program down there. but just with 9% of speeders in the congested area, it's really hard, you know, to do that. But we will come up with something, and we will be down there, and he seemed like he was pleased.
The numbers don't reflect the need, but and one thing, well, I guess one thing you can speak in favor is, you know, a lot of folks that try to turn east on Berry Hill from Alabama, or sometimes west. It can be difficult during peak hours, you know, because there's no stop sign there going. But if you don't see there's a need for it, then I don't think we should pursue it.
Now, the speed issues, what I talked with him about, he asked me if I could put a stop sign there, and I told him, well, that's, you know, that goes through the city council. I mean, I am definitely, and I told him, I'm not opposed to a stop sign there. I mean, I know, you know, if you leave, you know, 3 or 4 o'clock and try and go down to the end of Alabama and make a left, I mean, you do have to watch out, and it can be, you know, tricky getting out there at times, especially with 20,000 cars a week going up and down that section of roadway. But I'm not opposed to it. I don't have anything that would, you know, to put me on that side of it. And I don't think we necessarily have to wait till there's a bad crash, you know, before we, you know, take that action either. So, I mean, that's totally up to y'all, and I'll support it either way.
Council? Hearing no excitement for a motion, we'll consider this a dead issue. And
I think I'd have to wait a little while to let people get over the other stop signs we just put in. I'm just saying, that's still a sore subject right now.
Hey, Brian.
It is.
Brian, can I?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask you a question? This is a little different than that, but I was just thinking of those roads. You know, we've had a lot of through trucks going through there, and I'd mentioned to you about getting no through.
We have, you talking about North
Yeah,
Welland?
do we have signs
We
up?
have approved the no-through trucks. We have a request in, because the no-through truck signs that tell people no through trucks, it's got to be on the DOT property, on the bridge. We have a request in the DOT to design and build and put up and place a sign in there, and we keep hammering on them to go, where's my sign, where's my sign, where's my sign? And it's Chipley's doing this and Chipley's doing that, and we will continue to do that.
Right, no left or right off the bridge for trucks.
Correct.
Well, that, and I was just thinking, well, I've seen them come down Berry Hill where we're talking about through Willing Street and try to take a left there, and that's pretty eventful when they do that.
Like I say, if you want to put a no-through trucks on Berry Hill?
Yes.
I thought we had one.
Have one on
Is there?
It needs to be on the far side, on the East Milton side, that says no left or right on Berry Hill for truck. And I don't mean pickup trucks. I mean big old pig trucks and moving trucks and whatever. Now, if United Van Lines is moving you into a home, then,
That's different.
you know, that's different. But they just turn there just so they can cut up streets and go to Stewart, go north up Stewart.
They do a 10-point turn at
Yeah.
Willing Street going on to 90, going left.
Now we do have no-through trucks on Berry Hill, but that's between Stewart and Dogwood.
Right.
On this
Yeah.
end that we're talking about,
Yes.
between Stewart and Willing, I don't think we have.
I don't think we
no-through
got
trucks
one on
there.
that.
I thought we had one close to the Methodist church. Maybe I'm just
Shouldn't,
not remembering right.
I don't think we do. I know it's definitely between Berry Hill and Dogwood.
Yeah.
That we do, but I don't think on that section.
we might need
I can't bring one to
one or
mind.
two even further back so they have time to turn and not get into trouble down on Willing Street.
Well, really
If they
what you'd have
choose
to
on
do is.
exit.
They need to not come
You-
down.
You would
either
have to
end
put a
of Willing.
no-through trucks designation on
Right.
Berry Hill Street from Stewart to Broad.
Right.
And that way, they can't turn off of Stewart Street on that section, because once they get on there, they got nowhere to go.
Right.
So the key would be to make sure that, you know, all the way down at Stewart Street.
So when you have those, what do they do with deliveries? Because I know I have been going to East
can-
Milton, and they'll park in the middle of Willing Street.
Yeah.
And shut down a whole lane of traffic, but they still got to make their deliveries.
You can still do deliveries. If you have a point source like moving trucks, if you're going somewhere in there, there's through trucks. You can't just, if you got somewhere to go, then you got somewhere to go.
Correct.
See one on
Yeah, you
there
got to see
anywhere.
Fairhope on delivery day. All the trucks Stop right in the middle of town.
Turn and go the other.
Load.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna take a look. Right?
Dollar General really likes that direction.
I will have to admit
Maybe we can notify a couple of those businesses as we see them that to give their truck drivers a reminder.
All right.
Left or right?
Well, there's no action on the council, so that's a dead issue. Moving on, item 837, we have Public Works Committee, lighting on the Riverwalk. Councilman Lowry requested that lighting on the Riverwalk be looked into, and have we looked into it, or does that need to be tabled?
Not bright enough?
No, I think really in this case, really from this standpoint, it's probably something you need to continue in committee. What I would look for is really, what kind of lighting are you looking for? Are you talking about street lighting down there? There are things that we could do, like if you know how the brick wall that we built down there, it's got little lights on it. We could probably put lights on the edge of the hand railing that would illuminate the boardwalk path so you could walk. It's really kind of, what are we looking for? Yeah, what kind of lighting are we looking for?
I want big natural gas fireballs. No.
Cool.
Actually, I have a prototype of that.
What I was looking for was something maybe even with a solar, something that looks decent, but
I
something
mean,
that's up. and we
you're
can get
talking
some
about
light.
like like
similar to
the
a street
decorative
light.
street lamp type
Yeah.
things that go up and light the whole area.
I just
Okay.
think that it's awful dark down there, and
Yeah,
and we're looking for troubles.
yeah. At that point, really, it's just, we just gotta know what you're looking for, and it's all about getting the right product in the right place.
Well, with the solar light, I think that it would be easier to put down in that flood zone.
Right.
You wouldn't
So,
have to run, so, but
What
I mean,
might
I don't know if
recommend,
those are.
if you wanna
financially-
continue this in committee, Alan, once you drop by that one day, we'll sit down and talk about it, and we'll go over it, and we'll try to come up with something.
Talking about that, what about lighting from FDOT on Blackwater Bridge? And, just kind of like they've done, they put the decorative lights over I-10, and they've done it over off of Cervantes.
By Tahar.
I'm
Or
sure
by-
they'll
yeah,
get there in
yeah,
later
yeah.
towns.
I
Okay.
think they
So,
paint
I mean-
that bridge too.
Well, we can
And
take
And
that bridge.
all those-
are we anywhere on the
Over
painting?
there going to.
Again, that's one where we have submitted that. They've submitted it to their maintenance department, and so you're talking about getting an upgraded version.
No, like the decorative lights,
Like over by Tahar and Scenic Highway and I-10, how they put the lights on the bridge.
But you're talking
Decorative-
about
Decorative poles.
decorative poles,
poles.
upgraded version, but you're talking about real street lights, but just
Right.
fancy decorated
Yes.
versions of it.
kind of like all Pensacola keeps getting.
Yeah.
So we could use a few too.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
triple globe light.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it would look
Yeah.
prettier coming across the river and also coming into the town.
Can we get a
Okay.
football
Well,
team while we're at it?
I guess I'll have to pay attention a little better when I
We'll
go
get
through
'em
the
when we
next.
get 'em.
That was next.
We'll get them when we
Just
get a new
wondering.
bridge.
I mean, while we're dreaming, let's dream big.
All right,
Lipstick on a pig, isn't it?
Like Al Bruton says, if you don't ask, you don't get.
If you don't,
All right.
I'm gonna put Al on this project.
you can get decorative lighting, but the bridge is still gonna look bad.
Well, I want it painted also.
All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna table that way back in the back burner. Okay, so with that said, moving on, item 806, the wastewater treatment plant grit removal grant, and of course, staff recommends selection of the Hydro International proposal for 451 cubic yards of grit removal at the price.
nope, this is a continuing committee. We've got an RFP going back out. We've rejected all bids. We're working on an RFP.
Okay.
And we'll get it back to
All
you.
right, well, then move that back in without objection back to committee. We have item 791, banners for the decorative street lights in downtown. Do we have any update
And
on
I
that?
think that's a continuing committee.
Okay.
We're trying to get that put together for our festival and events committee.
All right, moving on to page 18. My goodness. Woohoo. Item 726, we have drainage flooding on property behind Culpepper's Insurance off of Caroline Street. Do we have any update on that?
We have finalized all of our comments to the BDI on our stormwater master plan, and they were to include some potential solutions to that in that master plan. We've submitted all of our package back to them. We're waiting on them to come back to us on the final plan.
All right, and so we'll continue that in committee. And the last item is 793 Forsyth House Detention Pond. We talked about this last month, and of course, staff is currently reviewing options for for addressing the concern with this privately owned retention.
We
facility.
have met with Mr. Stapleton. We have gotten in touch with Water Management District to find out that that pond was designed pre-Water Management District. It is under the authority of the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. We have worked through Water Management District to get into DEP. They have submitted the request to DEP to have them come look at the pond and if it needs to be cleaned up and worked out, but we're worming our way through DEP to try to get them to take some action.
So we'll continue that in committee. Anybody else have anything they want to say? He wants to say one thing.
We've got the new fountain down at the park down here. It's going to be coming up pretty soon on Canal Street. And we've got a fountain down here downtown that's people are throwing pennies in, I think, and such. This is going to be used as a wishing well. I think that the council ought to consider possibly taking those pennies out once or twice a year and giving them to the decoration committee. Because we don't have anything planned for it. So rather than somebody come up and say, well, those pennies went missing, let's go ahead and plan for it, get something done with it. And the decoration committee could certainly use the funding.
All right, maybe we'll consider, yes?
I just want to say something real quick. With the cold weather that we've had, I don't know about y'all, but my heater hadn't stopped running. There's many people on very limited income and seniors, and I was just wondering if it's possible on the gas bill that's going to be coming. I'm holding my breath. If maybe there could be an extension of extra payment so these people that get these enormous bills, which you know they're coming, is there any kind of way that the city could work out something like if your bill is normally $140, then all of a sudden you get a $500 bill? It's going to be hard on a lot of people. So not telling the city to wipe it away,
right,
but maybe giving them 90 days
like
and
a
say,
payment plan.
a payment plan.
What do we normally do on this? And you work with them anyway? Okay.
Good, because I'm sure there's going to be many that's going to be asking that.
Yes.
You
Yes,
work,
sir.
you work with me, I don't want to pay my bill.
Got to right it up. Al Bruton, 6033 Breckenridge Drive. Pam, I apologize that you were late for your husband's, for your birthday's dinner, but I've got to. Oh, excuse me. All right.
She told you.
Boyfriend, somebody's going to take you to dinner for your birthday, huh? Okay, well, my bad. But anyway, I've got to get this. I've got to get this off my plate. I didn't know it was going to be this busy and all. I wrote this little summation up, but I'm going to be quick and like I say, getting something off my plate. First and foremost, I want to thank all the city council people, the members that came to the Martin Luther King Jr. parade that rode with us. Is one of the bigger ones that we had. Thank all you guys that did participate and those that didn't. You had definitely, obviously, good reasons. And the prayer breakfast as well from the committee and all, we thank you there. And going back to the dedication, the Lucille Johnson Park rededication and reopening of the dedication of the youth basketball court, I want to thank staff and everyone that made that possible. As I've stated before, I did not think it would take this much time to upgrade Lucille Johnson Park, but we've had phase 1 out the way, and phase 2 will be coming up. To that amends, I would very hard. Let me get my notes here, because but we worked very hard on phase 1, and it was because Lucille Johnson was in deplorable condition. But with the community input and persistence, Lucille Johnson Park has a very good foundation, and it's come time to start phase 2. I would like not to be the point of contact in phase 2, but I will be available for advisory assistance. 3.5 years on phase 1 takes a toll on you. Therefore, I am asking the city Parks Director, Parks and Recreation Chairman Jeff Snow, Wards 1 and 2 Councilwomen, and who else, to make Lucille Johnson Park a first-class park. I am providing a general list of improvements that we could use going forward for phase 2. But like I say, this list was gathered when we looked at some obstacles, and even with George, that a lot of things we couldn't get done with the 10,000 and the 50,000, and some of it's going to have to be. I've made a copy out to give him. A printer went out. I've got enough to the city manager and mainly the staff and all, but the list short-term in-house is electrical hookups at provision such as area, the lights, outlets, and so forth and so on. Stripe the youth basketball court, install gutters on bathrooms and provision, paint the storage building, repair or replace all exposed electrical outlets, landscape the east side of the park, complete fencing as needed. Then long-term, this come under grants and ETC, install new electrical poles with LED lighting, demolish and replace the main basketball court, demolish and replace main basketball court goals, backboards and supports, and the storage buildings to be contingent. As stated, these are only a general list. Please feel free to add as necessary. Thanking you in advance for your cooperation, Al Bruton. And these will go to, don't have one for the council. They can run one off because, like I say, my ribbon went out and y'all ain't got no money.
Mr. Bruton, if you get one to me, we'll make sure the council gets a copy of it.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Everybody.
And while you're doing that, Al, we cannot thank you enough for all the hard work and time and dedication and headache and aspirins you had to take, and probably the Xanax you're on. But you did a wonderful, you're a good leader.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No. Peggy and Heather.
Yeah, they need one. That's right. Heather, give Heather.
I'd just like to, I know Brian
Thank you,
wasn't there,
sir.
I'd just like to commend staff and George. The park really looks great down there. Adding the fence to it and everything else was a great touch. Y'all really stretched the 60,000, and I know it took a little more time than everybody wanted, but it got done, and I really appreciate that.
That is for you. And Jeff, I might say you have been very active, and I know you can take this and run with it. But I'll be there for advisory. That's all I got to say on phase 2. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much, Mr. Bruton. If anybody has anything else, that's it. We'll see you next time. Thanks for coming.
Well, Alan.
We outlasted the meeting.
Only 4.5 hours.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot.
Time flies and you're having fun.
I really thought I was picking at meeting. He almost did.
Well, I hope you had a wonderful birthday. Our birthday's next
Got the big 3-0 coming up.
3-0.
next week.
I know.
I feel a lot older.
I got 6-0.
Really?
You what?
See, us known him forever would never believe that because he's this old as long as I've known him. He looks younger now because he cut his hair. He used to have the long bald haircut. He had the bald haircut. But he's had the same color hair all my life.